Okay, I shut it down and I started it again. Now can you guys see it? All right. Okay, I'm gonna create a new character and I'm gonna make it actually hardcore.
In the slums of Majelka.
Let's get live split going. Let's see how fast we can do this. Guys, tomorrow morning, my last Epoch beginner's guide will be out. It's gonna be real good. I didn't select hardcore. I didn't? Oh. Oops. Let's go back. Offline. Delete. Okay. Hardcore. There we go. Sorry.
In the slums of
My bad. The PoE new league is starting late March. Did they announce that? Why offline? Oh, just because it's less lag. I think what we're going to do here, guys, is we're going to have a little chat about Last Epoch with me, Darth Microtransaction, and McFluffin. We're going to have a little chat here. So, yeah, you can post links. New PoE League news. Did they? Yeah, we're gonna like as in right now. Yeah, like as in right now.
He wishes to destroy us and steal Atera's legacy.
Yeah, put in a spec the second that you unlock it, right? I want to kill these little eggs if I can. I don't want to kill the birds because they're impossible. What did the announcement say, guys? Did the announcement actually give us any info other than a date? Anything other than that? We're gonna have to probably restart this run. Okay, we got him going. Let me see what this is. Do I get XP? Yeah, I do. I get XP for homeboy killing stuff? Okay. Hold on, I'm just reading here how we're going to do this. So in this zone, it looks like I can just run forward and homeboy will kill everybody, right? Yep. He's farming me all the XP. I like that. Okay, so I'm doing this much faster than last time. Okay. Okay, we got some gear. Alright, we're going to talk to McFluffin and DM here. I just shut down my chat. I'm crying. Okay, my chat is back. My bad, I hit the close button on the chat. Ghost Dragon, thank you for the prime, my dude. Appreciate that. Yeah, but is that possible to do? I don't have to talk to him? Okay. By the way, I was supposed to buy a bow, and I didn't do that. We're just making all kinds of mistakes here. So what we need is an acid flask. Might be dead here. I don't have a health potion here, so I might be dead here. Yeah. Still alive for now, but I needed that health potion back there. See if we can go grab it. We're wasting a ton of time here. Lost a shitload of time here. We need acid flask. Acid flask. Kill these guys instantly. Just need a kill. This is why melee sucks so bad. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to speedrun here. See, but... So you're saying... Do I need to put something in at 4 even though I don't use something till 5? Does that somehow help me? Is that what you're saying? Like, I get my actual skill at 5. Don't I just leave it blank until 5? Are you saying somehow that helps me? Right, puncture, but I don't have puncture till 5. So if you're telling me if I put something in there and then I respec it at 5, you get more XP? Is that actually how it works? I'm speedrunning to the mastery again because I'm trying to prepare for the launch of the game. Okay, so the next zone is the impossible zone. Someone told me that there is a chest in the top right here. Yeah, if it resets, that's what I thought as well. Someone told me there's always a chest over here. Is that true? Where? There is Sarah. I'll take puncture. I want to look around here. We're going to have to reset this anyway, but I didn't buy a bow. So what's the fastest way to do the dungeon and go to monoliths that you guys said? Can I do a monolith this early without getting my ass kicked? Is that even possible to do? Not on hardcore. Someone told me there's a chest in the top right here, but I don't see any chest. Okay, this is the one that they were referring to. So if we go up this way, is this worth opening? Let's see what we get. Okay, maybe. Okay. All right. The rare spear always drops. Okay. It has movement speed and resistance on it. Okay, that's nice. All right, so we need to reset this, obviously. This is terrible. But I need to be 4. I need to be 4 walking in here to use Acid Flask. And I really need to be 5. For the next zone. Because the next zone's like impossible. The game sucks if I haven't died yet. Huh. It's an interesting analysis. Okay, McFluffin is going to call us here in a second, and then when he does that, I'm going to start a new character and try speed running it while I'm in a call listening to them. What could possibly go wrong? I'm just waiting for McFluff. Oh, here we go. Okay, here we go. Hello, hello. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Hello there. How are you, sir?
Mr. McFluffin, how are we?
We're good. We're good. How are you?
Good, man. Yo, is that Darth microtransaction?
It's your boy DM back with another banger.
Yo.
Nice. What's up, DM?
Oh, just a day. It's a day.
DM, you should take 2 seconds to peek at my stream and look at the hoodie I'm wearing.
You should take 2 seconds to peek at my stream and look at the hoodie I'm wearing.
You should take 2 seconds to look at my stream and see the hoodie I'm wearing.
Okay, hold on. Wait, I'm doing it.
Hey, let's go. The boy here. Hold on, I'm gonna pull you up on screen here.
Yo, what hoodie is that? Is that the Maxroll hoodie?
It's Maxroll, buddy. I wear your Maxroll hoodies every day. Look at that. You're wearing my hoodie. You show me mine. I'll show you yours.
Dude, I've never seen a green one.
You sent me the green one. What do you mean you never seen the green one?
I clicked green, but I've never seen it in action. Dude, red hair, purple hat, green hoodie. This combo is insane.
No, you like that? It's the faux color spectrum that we got going on here.
Oh
my god, we have the infinite reacts happening right now. Oh no.
Dude, we haven't had McFluffin take the test yet though.
What's the test?
I'm gonna link it to you, and we're gonna watch you do it on stream right now.
Oh no!
Okay. We gotta pull up McFluffin. I gotta see.
Dude, McFluffin does have a hoodie on. Which hoodie is that?
This is a Maxroll hoodie.
Oh my god, dude! I should have put on the Maxroll one. All right, McFluffin, hold on. First of all, we have to see if you're worthy. All right, take this test.
Colorblind test.
Yep, we're gonna see if you're colorblind or not.
Oh no! Okay.
Take that test. Let's see it live.
Where did you send it? Oh, there it is. Okay. All right. Okay.
Well, hold on, McFluffin. Show me the hoodie.
Do you not see my?
I see a hood, but I don't see the hoodie part of it.
Oh, you want to see? Okay. Yeah. Here, I'll do you one better.
Oh my god, that transition screen. Oh
Yeah.
my god,
Like
the big like full one? Holy shit. This guy's frying.
There it is.
Hell yeah. Okay. All right. So I gotta take this test, huh?
Yep. Let's see if you
Okay.
can actually see colors or not.
Turn my brightness to 100. So I gotta mess with my.
You don't need to read the setting.
Oh, I
Just
need that. Okay.
just take the test, type the number that you see. That's it.
Okay. I'm not wearing any chroma glasses. All right. Okay. So I just gotta say what the numbers are.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay.
Let's see it.
That's a 3.
Mm-hmm.
That's an 8. That's a 5.
Nailing it.
What?
Say you're nailing it.
Oh, okay.
He's-
I'm not.
Speed
Okay,
run.
5,
He's frying.
6, 4, 2, 4. That's a 9. 3. It's a 6. 3.
That 6 was
Like
hard to
7?
see.
7. It's another 7. There's a 2. That's a 1. Well, that's a tough one. Let's see.
That 1.
7.
Damn, that's 7
9.
though.
4.
Yeah, that 7 was hard. The pink 7.
I have normal color vision.
Wow, this guy.
Now that
He can do it.
now that
Like apparently like 1 in 8 guys are colorblind because we're stupid. Girls are like almost never colorblind.
really?
Did you guys pass it?
Yeah. With
Okay.
flying colors, I might add.
Nice.
Unbelievable, man.
With flying colors. I get it.
Terrible.
There it is.
Terrible.
No, that was a good one. That was good. I want to hear about it.
I like
That's
that
great.
Terrible.
All right. So are we doing are we doing the setup with the cameras, or are we just gonna not do that?
Whatever you want to do, my dude. You got my camera if you want.
I don't have anything, so
There you go.
I'll turn my.
You have
camera
it
on.
now.
I mean, like I don't have like a overlay, and I'm too dumb to figure it out.
It
So
sounds like a lot of work. I say we just chat.
Okay, that's fair.
Works for me.
Apparently, mine's not working anyway. So, oh, I think I have to change an OBS thing to make it work. Well, you guys can see me on the stream.
Is this where we just sit here and just McFluffin teaches us about Last Epoch and we just listen?
I mean, we could do that, but I'd rather hear you guys do all the talking because you're better at it.
Oh, that's not true. But so okay, I have a question, McFluffin. You've been playing this game for a long time. DM and I we're the newbies, right? We just got here. How does it feel for it to finally be releasing? You've dumped like literally thousands of hours into this game, right? How has the progression of the game been? How does it feel for it actually being about to release? Like,
Yeah.
it-
Have you
what's
guys
it like?
seen any of the videos of like when I first started playing?
No, sir.
Okay, I feel like I got to show you guys this, so just to get a feel. I don't know how long you both have been following this game, but I started playing it literally in alpha before it was on Steam and before it was in early access. And I have some videos of back when I first started playing it, and the difference in the game is tremendous. I have a lot of videos apparently. Trying to find them is taking me a while.
okay, I got your screen up. I want to see.
All right,
I want to
just pull this
see
one.
where we've come from, the origins here.
Okay, so this is the very first video I ever made on the game, and actually the very first video I ever made. Period.
Oh my god.
This is what the game. This is the game. This is the same game.
Dude,
Let me
that-
pull this up.
That text under the okay, those animations are not finished.
Oh
and the-
wow.
Yeah,
The
this
text
is-
under the monsters is atrocious.
So this is what I started with, and I still liked the game. So you can only imagine the progression from here to where we're at now, especially with the 1.0 lighting that's about to come in. At least visually, it's practically a different game at this point. Like
Do
this
you-
is just, yeah,
Sorry?
it's a different experience, man.
So hold on, you just talked about like the 1.0 lighting. Is that what you said? I know that they said there's going to be visual updates on the launch, or on the launch in a week or so. Look at that ground; it's just a solid white tan or a solid tan color. It's got no texture whatsoever. Is it going to be a pretty tremendous visual update, or do you know, or what exactly is coming there?
Yeah, it's pretty significant. I don't know if you guys got to see the thing they put out today on some of the new character models, but some of those are actually like pretty terrifying and how good they are. Like the void enemies are legitimately scary, but there's a lot of stuff. The lighting is a part of it. Playing the game on the CT is a pretty different experience, even from 0.9, 0.2. The lighting does make a huge difference, and the other things they've done. I think people who have a lot of problems with the visuals are going to have fewer problems with the visual. I'm not going to say they're not going to have any. It's not D4 level like texture quality or anything like that, or animations, but it's definitely getting closer to that.
God, the graphical difference. Well, it used to look not good, dude.
Oh, it was ugly. It was pure ugly.
DM, how have you been liking Last Epoch? I know we played it a couple months ago, like together, and that was fun. We were just poking fun at each other the whole time. But you've been blasting for like a week straight, haven't you? And I was watching in your stream. You're getting into like some like end game crafting stuff. How are you liking the game now?
I feel like the in-game crafting portion of it, when you get to the legendary potential, is probably arguably one of the biggest selling points about the game. I feel like the monoliths themselves feel like they would get boring after a while. It does feel like mildly like in Nightmare Dungeons, where we're kind of just doing the same thing over and over again, but not as bad as Nightmare Dungeons. And the problem is when you play Path of Exile's mapping, your in-game gets spoiled. Where it's like, I'm so used to, I can modify the maps, and then I have an atlas tree in any way, so it's hard to like almost play any other games in game after that. But the thing that I like about this is that the crafting is really good, and you can kind of target farm. So I can pick like, I want to go get runes, I want to get glyphs, I want affixes or whatever from the monoliths. But I haven't got far enough in it yet where I think I have a real good take on the end game, because I need to redo the empowered monoliths or whatever. I'm on like a level 90. I think it's at 100 or something. It goes into empowered, right? Or you get corruption or something like that. So I'm still kind of figuring out. But I'd say the monolith system is like all right. The crafting system is really good. That's how I feel about it so far.
And have you tried the arena at all?
Yeah, I like the arena. Is easily my favorite part about the game. Like the fact that you can do the arena, and then there's an endless mode with a leaderboard already and shit. That's easily the best part about the game.
And then I think the next thing coming is the Uber bosses, right? And they said that I think that they said the next couple of patches that they're doing are all focused on the end game, right? Pretty sure.
Yeah, that's correct. At least cycle 2 and 3, and apparently they're cooking up something else that maybe cycle 4 are going to be end game. And I think they're more specifically monolith. But I wouldn't be surprised if some dungeon stuff creeped in there too.
Okay, so their updates coming soon are updates to the monolith.
Yeah, expansions they're calling them.
That's good then.
Yeah,
Dude.
it's actually interesting, TM, that you mentioned the end game. And I'm curious what you think too, Rex, because my personal opinion is that people are going to love this game. For the first few weeks, it's going to get a lot of hype, and then people are going to start to find the holes, so to speak, or the weaknesses. And one of the big talking points is going to be that end game grind and how it doesn't have a lot of like long-term goals, long-term chase objectives. That just becomes kind of like an infinite corruption loop, so to speak, to get better gear to do higher corruption. Do you guys think that's going to be a problem?
Yeah,
you want to go first, Rax?
Yeah,
I kind of answered that one already.
Yeah, DM already hit that one. That's definitely what I feel is the weakness of the game. And it seems to be a recurring theme. Like, if I was a developer and I got to pick my role in a gaming company, and I could design the characters, or I could design the campaign, or I could design the end game, I think the most difficult one probably would be the end game, because it's the mode where it has to be rewarding and fulfilling for people, and they're going to expect it to be fulfilling until the end of time, and that's just not easy to do. And I definitely agree with DM's sentiment, and I've read it a lot on like Reddit when people are reviewing Last Epoch. They say, yeah, everyone says how great the game is, but the end game gets boring after a while, and then there's nothing to do, and when people realize that it's just going to be the same story. So to hear that they already recognize that, and they're going to put some patches forward to address that, and they're already, getting ahead of it, is definitely good news. I don't exactly, when I was doing the monoliths, I didn't exactly know what what I needed to change for it to be more exciting or for it to prolong how much I wanted to do it. I'll tell you one saving grace for me, though, which is not typical of me, not something that would apply to other games, is I have a lot of fun logging in and making new characters. I like to play all the different archetypes because I think that they're like the class fantasy in this game is really top tier. And that's why I don't really care so much. I'll just go make something else and I'll wait for an exciting end game to come, which is what I did with Diablo 4. I just made 15 characters. But I think it's even more fun in Last Epoch, so that's kind of like the saving grace for me.
I think you're hitting it on the head there with that. Because what I like about it is how easy it is to sort of change my character around. Like, I've done basically 3 different variants of this Paladin already. Now, I know you get locked in with, like, I'm playing Paladin, so I'm not going to be playing a Void Knight or Forge Guard or whatever. But I've changed it from Might to Warpath, and then Warpath from Judgment as the gear drops. So as I was progressing through the monoliths, I didn't feel like the monoliths are the only in-game because I've already completed my build, right? And now I'm just grinding higher dungeons, and the only thing I'm focused on is the dungeons, or I should say the monoliths. Then I'd probably be bored sooner. But as I'm going through the monoliths, I'm getting more and more gear that's unlocking other builds. Like I got the Judgment Shield, I got the Judgment Gloves, etc. require higher level. And then there's higher level base gear that's better that requires the higher level. So I'm also worried about progressing my character just to be able to wear the higher level base gear as opposed to like, let me just get the legendary aspect I need, and then I'm GG. I just put it on whatever piece of gear, right? So I've noticed I haven't been as focused about me just running monoliths over and over and over again and that being shoved in my face as much because I'm doing other things in the game that are in-game activities, if not the in-game itself, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you guys mentioned like the changing up your build and also the itemization there, and the build diversity is what's kept me playing this game for something beyond 5,000 hours. If it weren't for that, I don't think I would have been engaged in this game nearly as much. And then that itemization has gotten better and better to the point now to where it's like the thing that makes me want to play the end game longer, to chase like the high LP stuff, the tier 7 exalteds, even double exalteds, do the crafting. That's definitely a big part of the game for me and why I think the game has such a great foundation going forward.
And so, do you have any idea, McFluffin, what they are going to do to the monoliths to make them better? Have they talked about even specific areas of, oh, this is what we want to make better about them?
Yeah, there are 2 areas that they have very generally talked about, and that the community generally talks about, so we're in line with this. And one of them is pinnacle bosses or pinnacle content, kind of thing where you get to a certain point and you've actually got to like really build up your gear or whatnot to be able to handle the content. That's something they want to add more of, and also more stuff happening inside the echoes, inside the maps. So we got this last patch. We got the mages, the exiled mages, and also the caches. Those didn't exist before, so there was like nothing happening inside of an echo. You wouldn't come across an exiled mage. You wouldn't come across any meaningful caches. And they want to add more stuff like that. You know, that's something that PoE does extremely well. There's always things happening inside of your maps, always things to go check out and see if it's good for you and see if it's going to drop some sweet loot or start a new event. And that is definitely an area where they want to improve.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I got to be honest, and maybe this is just lack of experience, but every single monolith that I do feels the same. It's like 1.5 minutes and I run straight to the objective, and maybe there's an exile mage and maybe there isn't. Then when I get to the end game or the ending event is slightly different, but it's really just stand there and kill some monsters, and then I go to town, I click the 2 things, I click another monolith, and I do the same thing. As you alluded to, I feel like PoE does the best job of everything feeling different, especially if you don't like block all of the endgame content at the beginning of the tree. Like, you have no idea if you're going to get a harvest or a blight, or even if you go down into the seasonal theme this league, you don't know which way you're going to walk, what events you're going to get down there, you don't know what wisp you're going to get. I think like PoE is probably the premier endgame system where you're not exactly sure what's going to happen, and it actually makes it fun.
A way to modify the monoliths itself, which modifiers modifies the entirety of it, like the map system would go a long way. I think that the reason PoE has such a good in game is you're able to customize the maps as much as you want, as opposed to the maps themselves are randomly generated. And it's like, oh, this one is randomly generated for me. The being able to target, like, hey, I want to have more of these types of activities. Like, if there's a way to modify it where it's like, okay, well, your monoliths have like 50% more exile mages or whatever, right? Like, as just a general concept, because that's the only one things we actually have in there at the moment. Stuff like that. But I like hearing what McFluffin's saying, where they're going to add more things inside of it, because I'm kind of experiencing the same thing. Like, I'm playing monoliths right now. I'm sure we all are. And basically, I'm just running. It's over. Hit pour, they'll get out. I mean, you can go through these like pretty fast. Ignore most of the loot. Grab something if it's purple. Do the next monolith. Go.
Yeah,
absolutely. Sorry, go ahead, Rex.
Well, the only thing I was going to add to that is I wonder if one of the things that they should consider about monoliths is if they should make it more rewarding to clear more of it. Like, currently, if you clear more of it, it gives you like more progress within the monolith, and that's how it goes, right? And sometimes if I'm like really close to, I don't know, unlocking a boss or a quest or a stage or whatever they're called, I'll like stay in and I'll finish it that way. But that's pretty much it. Otherwise, I just run forward. I wonder if they could make it more rewarding to engage with more of the events to try to get you to do exactly what DM to try to get you to do something different than what DM just said. Run to the end, complete it, go to the next one.
Yeah, no, you guys are absolutely right. Like that is the end game, and it has been for a long time. It's how fast can you do the objective, kill stuff on the way, but don't go out of your way. Just go exactly towards the objective. And now, like, if you see an exiled mage maybe hit that, or a cache maybe hit that, before that we didn't even bother because there was literally nothing. That's definitely one of the issues they have with their mapping system, the echoes, is that you don't have any incentive to go anywhere but the objective for the most part. And hopefully something like other activities will improve the desire to explore. You do get like rewarded for killing more enemies in Echo. You get more stability, and also the chests at the end when you've completed it. That gives you more stuff the more you've killed, but it's still not enough to really incentivize players to do it. It's still generally a net loss in efficiency.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
You get more loot
That's
in the chest
originally
at
what
the
I
end?
was doing.
Yeah, you do. You get more loot than chest, which can be worth it, like at high corruption. But early on, it's like you're still better off to go as fast as you can, get to empowered, then start pushing your corruption up. Any time you spend killing more enemies is slower, making you slower to get to the point where you're actually juicing things. And so it is a problem for sure.
If it like really bothers me that much, to be honest, though, I'm not like, oh wow, the in-game sucks, because the earlier part I was talking about what Rax was saying about one, new characters, and then two, for me, it's really being able to change my build. And in PoE, for instance, the in-game has to be good, because I'm not going to take my Bone Shatter guy and turn him into something completely different. Like, this character is already min-maxed for whatever the one build and the one button press I'm doing is, so all of the content that one move is going to be doing has basically got to be flawless, or else you're going to get bored really quickly. But the amount that I'm kind of shifting around what I'm doing and the ability to respec makes me not feel like as bored as quickly with the monoliths, because I'm just kind of focused more on my character than I am on the maps, if that makes sense.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think that's why the game is still holding up so well, despite having some issues. And I think the end game is still like pretty decent, but it does have those issues, right? Like the moment-to-moment gameplay could use more exploration, and there could be more things to hunt for, like long-term as far as actual progression steps in the monolith. But because the character progression itself is so good, and also the feeling of making new characters is so good, I think that's why the game has caught on as much as it has already. And while it'll do pretty well in cycle 1, I'm pretty confident at this point it's going to do pretty well. And then it will be, at least for me, do cycle 2 and cycle 3, start to patch those holes it does have, and then we have like a really complete game with an end game that causes you to want a long-term progressive character, but you're like kind of torn because you really want to start a new character as well, because maybe you got a cool unique, or you found out some interaction that you really want to mess with.
Did they say, is there a season theme coming with season 1, or is it just like the different trade things and stuff like that?
Yeah, no actual season theme. It's basically the factions.
Okay. And
I'm curious if the trading side of things, because you know how in PoE your knowledge of crafting is sort of what makes you money. It feels like in this game the knowledge of your loot filter and what items can actually be good is what makes you money. Because imagine you have a bad loot filter because you don't know what items are good for all the builds. Like you have to have knowledge of all the builds, so you're not even seeing the gear that might go for a lot in the trade house. Whereas opposed to you can actually set up a filter because you know exactly what people need for each of it to find all of the items that are going to be valuable easier.
Yeah, this is something that the Maxroll team has been sort of struggling with figuring out how we want to handle it, because we do offer loot filters for our guides, and you don't want to hide so much that people are losing out on potentially very valuable things in trading. But if you open it up too much, COF is going to get wrecked. They're just going to have so much stuff, probably entire screens full of loot, literally. And so right now we're going to go with like a double loot filter approach. But even then, it's like we can only guide players so much while not being too specific and having to spend a lot of time constantly updating those filters, which is just not feasible. So figuring out how the filter system is going to work in this game with the trade environment is still something I'm curious to see how it's going to play out long term.
Can I ask you something about the trading system that I actually learned from chat yesterday, McFluffin?
Yeah.
So the way that I understand it is when you spec into trading or SSF, and if you like trade for an item, or if you find an item, a great item in SSF, that they will actually be labeled as such. They will be labeled a trade item and SSF item. So if you respec, you actually can't use them.
Correct, yeah. So between the COF, which is the non-trade, and the MG, if you buy something in the Merchant's Guild that's labeled Merchant's Guild, and it's labeled on your rank, and then if you buy something, or if not buy, but something drops in COF, it's still not entirely clear to me exactly what will everything be restricted in COF, or will just things that are somehow affected by the loot drops? But at the very least, things that are affected by loot drops will have the COF tag, and those will not be wearable if you switch. And the same thing with the trade ones, you won't be able to wear those. So while they'll let you switch factions later game if you want to, it comes at a very steep cost, because any gear you have that's tagged with whatever faction you're in immediately cannot be worn. You have to find some way to replace it.
Okay, so I guess the idea behind that is not to have people like go trade for the gear that you want, then switch to SSF and then farm godly gear with the SSF tag, and then go back to trade and sell all the godly stuff that you found. Okay, it's like exploit protection or something.
Yeah, there's a lot of that stuff in the system, and it's one of the areas where I have a little concern it's going to be too confusing. I think overall the faction system is really well designed, but there's a lot of like nuanced restrictions that are necessary to make it all work, and I think it's going to confuse a lot of new players.
What do you think? You've probably seen a lot of people start up this game, probably me and DM or two of them. What do you see trips people up the most when they play this game?
What trips them up the most?
Yeah,
Great question.
Do you get like all like the same questions all the time? Like, oh, McFluffin, how does this work? How does that work? Oh, I didn't know that. Do you see any recurring themes there? Because it's hard for me to, like, I'm not a veteran here. It's hard for me to tell what exactly is going to confuse people. The only thing that I've seen people get confused on is like how you have to pick a skill to get its skill tree. Like they didn't understand like the top 5 skills at the top. You can pick 5 to have the tree and then respec it or something like that. That was about the only point where I've seen a lot of people ask me questions on.
Oh, interesting. I actually don't usually get that one. Interesting that you're getting it. The thing I get the most now has nothing to do with the actual in-game, but it's, am I going to lose all my characters at 1.0? That's I get that one constantly, which the answer, guys, is no. It goes to Standard League, which is called Legacy. But the one that I've noticed popping up lately, and I've even seen some content creators doing it, is people think they need to have 150% resistances because the enemies get 75% penetration at 75 and higher. They don't realize that that extra 75 doesn't do anything, that you're expected to have 75% resistance and they're expected to 75% pen, so you're like effectively 0, and the game is balanced around that, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. That one gets people a lot.
So you're saying overcapping the resistances doesn't affect the pen and you're getting nothing?
Right, exactly. So people are being told to do 150% resistance to circumvent that built-in penetration that all the enemies have based on area level, and it doesn't affect it at all because you're still capped at 75, and the game just doesn't recognize the other 75% that you have.
Can I ask you? Okay, let me ask you another question while I've got you here. Another one that I've gotten that I don't know if we've gotten like a straight answer on this. So if I pick hardcore seasonal and I die, okay, does my character go to softcore seasonal or does it go out of the season?
Good question.
Yeah, as I understand it, and as I have read Mike describe it, it goes from hardcore seasonal or cyclical or whatever they want to call it to softcore seasonal. It stays in the season, and then it just switches from hardcore to softcore, which is very interesting.
Yeah.
And
So,
actually, yeah, go ahead.
oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say it's making me wonder if I should just do a hardcore character at first, because if I die,
Exactly.
it's not gonna affect me, which doesn't really feel very hardcore.
That's what I'm doing, but you lose your stash. So I'm putting all of my items when I make a hardcore that I really like into my inventory all of the time. So if I die, like for instance, I didn't understand one of the dungeon mechanics and I just died. So if I die, I just bring them with me as softcore and I continue.
Yeah, it makes sense, but also doesn't feel like a very good design setup if that's what you're doing.
That's exactly was going to be my point. Like, why wouldn't every single person in the universe start hardcore? Okay, you delete your stash. That is one penalty, and that will matter to people. That might be enough, but the biggest complaint that we have in Diablo 4 is hardcore is absolutely not hardcore in that game. It's an absolute joke, and I don't know. It completely ruins the mode for me. Like in PoE Gauntlet, I don't have any cheat deaths. I don't have a scroll of escape, so it's like at any given moment, it could be around any corner could be the end of my character, and that's what makes it a true hardcore experience. So if you can just move on over to softcore if you die in hardcore, I really think that takes away something from it.
Oh no, I'll give you the opposite side of that. Like I played RuneScape, right? You have hardcore Iron Man, normal Iron Man. In that game, if you die, your character doesn't get deleted. Maybe it's an unfair comparison because it's an MMO that takes thousands of hours on your character, right? But you go to non-hardcore, so you don't get the ability to be like, I'm a hardcore player. Like, look how far I got in hardcore. You move off the leaderboard. You're now playing in softcore. Everyone knows you're a softcore character, etc. So I feel like the prestige of the hardcore is what they're offering in this game, where it's like how far you were able to get in hardcore is your prestige. You had that, and now you are a softcore Andy. So I understand that deleting the character might be the punishment side of it, but I also don't really begrudge that someone gets the decision to the opportunity to make their character and saves themselves the time of rebuilding that character. It does, however, make the point you're saying, which is why not just start hardcore and go as far as you can always. That's okay, but I'm not necessarily mad at... I don't know if I'm necessarily upset by people can do that. Like, if they don't make it all the way to the end game, like 100 empowered, whatever is full max corruption, whatever the super ultra big dick in game is, well, then they didn't make it. But now they didn't waste their 40 hours or whatever on the character.
Yeah. Go ahead,
Go ahead, Rex.
No, go ahead.
There's some nuance actually in my chat and some things that we can definitely talk about. As well as far as like the ladders go. So like if you're hardcore, you need to be hardcore to go on the ladder if you care about that. And if you die, you won't be on the hardcore ladder. And someone who I have a lot of respect for her knowledge in my chat, Misha, is saying that if you are hardcore and you go softcore, you cannot compete on the softcore ladder. I did not read what Mike said that way, so that might be something we have to follow up on. If that were true and you just wouldn't have access to any ladder, that could be a deterrent for at least some people that care about doing the arena ladder, but that one I cannot verify as true.
Yeah, so for me, so I see DM's point there, and you lose the prestige, and that's what it's costing you. It's definitely a huge difference being an MMO or an ARPG. That's why WoW doesn't. Well, I guess at one point WoW did offer a hardcore mode, but it took WoW, 20 years to offer hardcore mode because you put so much time into your character. Losing the whole thing is a catastrophe. The problem for me is what is the purpose of hardcore? For me, the purpose of hardcore is to offer a super nail-biting experience for the most, whatever you want to call it, masochistic, the most, the most crazy, the people that hate themselves the most, where you have a chance to lose everything and, it's all on the line. And that, for me, has always been the point of hardcore when I think Diablo 2 first released it. It's supposed to be a mode where you can put literally everything on the line with no safety nets. I think any deviation from that goes away from what I know the hardcore mode to actually be. So it's almost like it's not hardcore mode. It's like some other kind of mode. Hey, everybody go hardcore, and if you die, it's okay. Like that to me is just absolutely not the essence of what I understand the mode to even be, or the players it's supposed to attract.
I can understand the logic. I feel like PoE does this as well, which is like your hardcore character doesn't get deleted, you move to a different league. Now the argument might be there, well, you're not in the seasonal league, in which point, okay, I understand the logic. But I guess it depends upon what you want the punishment to be. Do you want it to be you're no longer a hardcore character and you're no longer partaking in hardcore activities and you only got as far as you got and you didn't get farther, so therefore it's how far can you get in hardcore? Or do you believe that the punishment should be the player's time? Like, you did not make it that far, you died, and now you lose your 30 hours. Now, the player's time punishment does two things. One is it gives you that nail biting where you really don't want to die, which means every second that you are in the game will feel like a more exciting, heart-pounding moment. But then also because of that, when the player does die, who's not somebody who's going to instantly run it back and have that grit of just make another one, that is a quit moment for them as well, because they might really love their character and want to continue their character. They might be like, oh, fuck, I wish I wasn't hardcore right now because I love this character so much and I'm getting to the end game and I want to continue the end game with the character, but I don't feel confident enough either in myself or my connection to the server that I can continue to produce this character, and I wish I had played softcore. So I think the hardcore gives those types of players the ability to do that, but I also understand that it does take away from, like, it factually would take away from the nail biting by the second moments you're talking about.
Yeah, I think the mode, as you described it, does exactly that, and that for me is not a problem that I'm trying to solve. If you can't handle losing a hardcore character, you should not play hardcore. You should play softcore. Like, I want to play hardcore, but I really don't want to lose my character. You should play softcore. Like, we shouldn't turn the mode into midcore just so the people on the fence can play the mode, would be my very strong take on it. I don't know. I really like hardcore. It's like one of my favorite things about the video games. So I'm like an old grandpa on the porch with tobacco in my mouth with a shotgun telling kids to get off my lawn. It's like anything other than my character is deleted, you lose everything, you fucked up, it's over, to me is not hardcore.
I'll be all right with it as long as everyone's on the same page, like in the game. For me, I don't mind too much one way or the other. But if they said that, hey, your character gets deleted, like, I'm pretty fine with it too. Because it's basically that way in PoE, and that's what I play now is hardcore solo self. Now, if your character goes to standard, they might as well get fucking deleted because, who plays on standard? It's worthless. So I'm okay with that take as well, but I can see why they made the decision, basically. I think that they don't want players to have that quit moment, but the type of player that plays hardcore probably is more the type you're describing, where they signed up for it, they want the additional challenge.
I also agree. Like in PoE, if you get sent to non-season, that's like worse than a death. That's the most embarrassing thing ever. Like you have a non-seasonal character. Oh my god, that's like even worse.
So that begs the question then, do you believe the type of player that's going to make a hardcore in last Epoch will feel that way about going to softcore seasonal? If they make a hardcore character and they die, even if they're in softcore seasonal, surely the person who cares about that will run it back. I'm assuming if you die on your hardcore in last Epoch, you're not going to play softcore. You're going to make a new hardcore, correct?
I'm going back hardcore. What would you do, McFluffin? Or do you even like hardcore? Do you play that mode?
I play it for tournaments, but I don't typically play it standard because I just like to go really, really fast and maintain builds. But I can say if it works the way that we think it does, and it seemed like it was described, I would probably start hardcore, and then if I died, just keep going, because I kind of want to see how long I would last on the hardcore, in a hardcore setup. But the interesting thing is the game can already let you do that because there's a deathless tag on softcore, and so you can see how long you go without dying with that. So it's kind of a little bit redundant. I'm really torn on this.
Well, that makes me hate it even more. I mean, I miss hating it more and more if this is how it works. I'm hating it more and more by the moment. There's already deathless and softcore, and now hardcore moves you to softcore seasonal. Oh my god, I hate it even more now.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
It seems to me like the design premise of it is to make hardcore seem accessible for people, to try to get them either into it, or not try to, but allow people to sort of get into the concept of hardcore that maybe aren't into it before, that might make them fall in love with the concept of hardcore and the challenge of it, more so than it is directly like a masochist mode created for the people that already are in love with hardcore. It seems sort of like a middle ground is the design, it seems, at least from it. It's an interesting take on hardcore for sure. I don't think I've... what is it? The game? There's no game that's like this, right? I mean, I use the example of RuneScape, for instance, but it's an MMO that the amount of hours it takes, especially in Iron Man, is significant. So it kind of makes sense that your character doesn't get deleted.
Yeah, if it works the way that we think it does, and I don't think any other games do the hardcore cycle to softcore cycle.
I think what they should do to solve this is maybe you have hardcore, but then you have like a shame tag that shows you used to be hardcore and you couldn't do it anymore.
It might be like that. This is where we might have to ask the devs. If you turn into a ghost character that plays standard cycle but can't do the leaderboards, then that kind of is the shame thing, right? You can't leave the softcore leaderboard, so like you're kind of screwed if you care about that. But I don't know.
Yeah. I do think that Rax's point about the nail biting by the moment is what makes hardcore exciting. Like, you want to get those adrenaline spikes. I only ever felt this way in Path of Exile because I did feel like my character got totally gadded when I die. Is I almost die and I go down to 10% HP or something, and then like I literally get an adrenaline a heart spike where I'm like, you know what? That's bad for my overall health. My doctor's going to tell me to stop playing hardcore, you know what I mean? And those are the moments you kind of live for. So, no, I could be convinced into this argument.
Yeah, to me it all goes back to, like, if I was designing a game and, you know, you want to innovate and you want to make every game better, right? Then you can go to the other ARPGs and look for problems and try to solve them. Let me tell you a problem that I don't think I've ever really heard about. I've never heard a hardcore player say, "Wah, I died, I lost my whole character." What I hear is, "Wah, I died to something that wasn't my fault. It was a bug, I DC'd, and you have no protection against that. I didn't die in combat to anything of my own fault." Now, of course, a lot of people just lie about it. But I never have heard somebody say, "Wow, I died and I lost my character, and that's not fair." Well, I mean, it has a giant screen that says, "This is hardcore. You get one life, you die if you die." And that's the end of it. You know what I mean?
It sounds like a journey versus destination argument, where it's you enjoy the journey of making the character, as opposed to the person who would lose their character would enjoy the destination more. Like, for me, I'll give you one example. There was one character I lost when before I died, and I did lose him being an absolute idiot. I was saying, you know what? I almost wish I had made this character on softcore. It was my Cleave of Rage character, because I knew I would eventually die playing a berserker, right? In hardcore solo self-found for PoE. And I knew that I eventually was going to die because of the build I was running here, and that there's a reason people aren't running it, and I would make a mistake, and I did. And when I died, I was like, I'm really bummed I lost my character, because one, I played stupid, but two, I really liked that character, and I was sad about it. Of course, then I just made a new character and ran it back, because that's what you do. But at the same time, that moment at least made me understand, I think, the logic that they have when it comes to that. At least I was in the moment, so I got it. But the more I think about it, the more I think you're right about But there is a point I'm curious. You said you don't like the Diablo 4 hardcore experience at all, but it's arguable that Diablo 4 has the biggest punishment for hardcore, even though if while you're in the moment you have this grove escapes and all that, they straight up just yeet your character into the void.
Right. But the I can tell you, I pretty much only play hardcore in Diablo 4. I leveled all 5 classes to softcore one time, and then I only played hardcore for the rest of the time. And I can tell you practically every death that I've ever had playing that game. One of them was I was fighting a world boss, and I got DC'd. Fine. I log back in. I'm alive. No, I log back in. I'm alive. I'm fine. We're fighting the world boss. But guess what happens when you DC? It takes off your cheat death elixir, and I forgot. So the first frame that I needed to do, I needed to drink my potion. I didn't drink my potion, and Ashava one-shot me. So, I mean, your potion shouldn't just get deleted if you log off for 2 seconds anyway. I've left that feedback for 5 seasons, but that's one of my deaths. I died on the first day this season because I was leveling up. I didn't have enough flowers to make a cheat death potion yet, and the son of Malphus one-shot me with a bug that Blizzard hotfixed the next day. And I had one death on a 100 druid, I think, and I can't remember what happened. But once, I think I just forgot to drink my cheat death potion. So let's see here. How did I die? I died to a bug, I died to a DC, and I died because I just forgot to drink a potion in my inventory. That's why Diablo 4 Hardcore is so stupid. It's like you have a cheat death that works forever. On some classes, you have multiple cheat deaths. And then the moment that it procs, you just press teleport out and you're free. Like, you really should. The only way you're going to die is to like a stupid like clerical error or a bug. In PoE, you can die to anything. Anything can kill you. A yellow in your map that's just too strong, that has the wrong affixes, can just murder you. And
do you like that? Do you like the PoE hardcore experience of like at every moment you feel extremely threatened?
I like it, but to go back to what I said earlier, I think this is like the Diablo 3 team always talked about this. Well, at least the team that took it over at the end. Like, they obviously didn't design D3 because D3, could have been a lot better. But for me, DM, it's very important about what is hardcore mode supposed to be. It's supposed to be what you describe. That heart-pumping, actually terrified, around every corner, must learn the boss mechanics. That is what hardcore mode to me is supposed to be as a mode. So even if I didn't like hardcore, that to me is still what that game mode is supposed to be. That's the angle that I approach it from. That's what it's supposed to do.
Yeah, no, I get it. What about you, McFluffin? What makes you enjoy hardcore?
Yeah, see, that's the thing. I don't traditionally enjoy hardcore a lot. I can play it. It's something I'm thinking about getting a lot more into lately as a new challenge. But I'm not usually a huge hardcore player guy. I did it for tournaments, for LE, but I've never played hardcore in PoE, and I've never played hardcore in D4. So this is like one of those areas where I'm just not the target audience, which makes it interesting to me because I think you two are typically more of the target audience, and they are compelling me to play a little bit more hardcore here, but they're doing it because it doesn't really feel like hardcore. It feels like it's a tag that I get to wear and I can see what I can do. There's a bit of a challenge here, but if I fail, it's kind of like no harm, no foul. And so I can definitely understand Rax's point here to where it doesn't have the same weighting to it. I'm probably not going to play, even if I go hardcore, not going to play much different, maybe a little bit different than I would normally play, which is just go insanely fast and just balls to the wall effectively. I don't know that it's going to change that much, maybe the first few chapters, but after that, I'm probably going to play about the same. I'll put the hardcore tag on and maybe try to maintain it, but not that much. And that doesn't, I guess that I agree with Rax. It doesn't feel much like hardcore at that point.
Yeah, and for, some people are making the point that if you want to play hardcore in Diablo 4, then just don't use the cheat death potion. I want everybody who said that to raise their hand in the air, and I want you to slap yourself as hard as you can. That's the dumbest thing that I've ever heard. Because eventually, one of these years, Diablo 4 is going to release competitions in hardcore, and you're not going to purposely gimp yourself in something that's available to you relative to the other players just for your own fantasy. I mean, maybe some people will, but no, that's not it. It's the whole point is to have everyone play under the same rules and actually to be playing a hardcore mode. So you need to slap yourself, and that's like you need to self-impose a 1-hour timeout if any of you said that. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life.
I've got a number of those in my chat too, so
Yeah,
I guess
they
it's
need-
going around.
Yeah, a slap and a 1-hour self-imposed ban.
They're saying you're based.
Yeah, I mean, they have to be trolling. They have to be trolling, but we gotta, in case they aren't, we gotta inflict the punishment, just like hardcore is supposed to.
It's interesting this topic has come up and taken so much attention, because I didn't even know this was a thing until I think Woody actually brought it up, that this is how it kind of works. Then I saw Mike talk about it, but I hadn't even really been thinking about that as a potential 1.0 problem until very recently.
Yeah, I was surprised to hear about it. I don't know. Yeah, it's okay. It's not the end of the world. It's fine, but usually 11th Hour Gaming, you like with their innovations on different things, they seem to have like very good ideas. Like every time they have a new take on something, like, okay, that's actually a godly idea, but I don't know. Maybe we even have it wrong. Maybe that's not even how it works. Maybe you just die, or even if it does what PoE does, if it sends you to non-season, then that's certainly good enough.
Well, I mean, I was playing hardcore solo, and I died, and my paladin is now softcore solo. We don't know about the season portion of it, but you definitely go from hardcore to softcore.
Yeah. Well, if you could die on hardcore and stay in hardcore, then we'd have a real problem.
Only 3 times though. If you die more than 3 times, you have to go to softcore.
3 in 9 lives. You're a cat in hardcore. That's the new take.
Yeah, it's perfect. But what else do you guys want to talk about? The hardcore stuff was very interesting, but I feel like there's a lot of stuff we could discuss with the game coming to launch here in less than a week.
Well, we talked about the in-game system. We talked about the hardcore part of it. I'm kind of curious mostly about the balancing around the resonance system. That's what I really want to know.
Oh,
because
yeah.
what I would like to do is I would like to play hardcore solo self-found. But I'm not sure if that also means I can use the resonance system at all, or if the resonance system is only for the people that are part of the trade faction. What I would like is to have a, built-in opportunity to play hardcore solo self-found, but you earn the right for like one other person to work with. The problem is I know that would then be exploitable maybe. So I'm curious on the nuance of how the resonance system works, because either I haven't done my research enough to see the information, but I haven't seen a whole lot of in-depth, actual technical information on exactly how the resonance system works.
Yeah, no, that's great, and you're gonna be happy to know that this is basically targeting you. Like, that's what the resonance is for. The resonance is only gonna drop if you've been playing with someone for a while, and then it's gonna be tagged with that person specifically, so you can only trade with them that item. So it's very much for people who are not looking to be in the trade faction, or possibly with someone who's both a trader and then a COF enjoyer together. It might work for them too. But if they're both in trade, they don't need this. So this is very much a COF type thing, where you can go hang out with your friend, or even like a group. Like if you had a group of like 10 friends and you guys play together a lot with each other, you'll start to drop resonances, and you can use those to trade with each other.
Can you I'm sorry. Can you explain what is it? Resonance? What this resonance stuff is? Is it a way for you to trade with people that you play with?
Yeah. So they call it. This is the gifting concept instead of like an actual trade where you just give someone something. But yeah, it's you play with you'll see you two play together a bunch, and you're both COF, so you're not traders. But you when you play together, you can just gift each other whatever drops. That's already allowed, right? So you're playing together and something drops for DM and you just give it to him. But you start playing on your own a little bit too, and say DM's logged off for a while, and something drops, you know it's great for DM. Right now, there's nothing you do about that. DM gets screwed. He can't have it. Once the resonances are in place, and as long as you dropped one, you can actually trade or gift that item to DM even though he wasn't in your party. So it's a way to give items to like your friends that you've been playing with a lot, even if they're unlucky enough to have that thing drop when they're not around.
Okay. Here's one point that I know it's going to confuse people though. There's COF, which people basically say is solo self-found, but that's not what it is, because COF is a non-trading faction. You don't trade. You find stuff with boosted rates. However, there's a solo account found version of the game in which you basically can't party. You have to play solo. So there's two variants of this. So in order for resonance to work, you have to be playing with the person, which means you can't do a solo self-found type of character, the solo account bound, I guess is what it's called.
Account
you have
found.
to do account found. You can't do that style. You have to do a hardcore non-solo account found, then run COF, and then it works, right?
Yeah, so let's make it a little more confusing, because that's always fun. So yeah, the COF, like you said, is not actually solo. It is something you can play with other people in COF. You can even play with someone who's in the Merchants Guild in COF. And then there is the solo account found, where you're just playing by yourself, and you share a stash tab amongst your characters that are also solo account found. And then there's solo character found is coming back in 1.0, which is you don't share a stash tab with your other characters. It's that one character is just purely on their own. So there's all kinds of options, but they're definitely going to be confusing for players.
Okay, wait.
When
So
they're figure it out.
okay, I have a question then.
Yeah.
If you go solo character found, and you die on hardcore, and then you make another hardcore, or wait. Oh, wait, hold on.
You want account found, right? Solo account found?
Yeah. If I make solo account found and die, and then I make another hardcore character, does it delete my stash when I die?
No.
You'll maintain your stash in that scenario. Solo
It's like
character
PoE.
found, it's gone.
Okay.
But character found. Wait, solo character found. I didn't see a character found option. Is there?
Yes, character found used to exist, and it was how we ran our tournaments, because there was no way to have any benefit going in, no advantage. And then when 0.9 came out with multiplayer, it changed to solo account found for reasons we later found out were like technical. And so we had to turn off all of our tournaments. We had a pretty thriving community here for the small game. Weekly tournaments that were run by Vision GL, who's now a member of Maxroll. So they found a way to turn it back on, and it's coming back for 1.0. So we'll have this solo character found as well, and that's how we'll be able to do tournaments and whatnot. And yeah, it's really cool.
So
to be
we
able to
will
that.
have solo character found, solo account found, softcore, hardcore, either variant mix up you want to do of that, as well as COF and then trade.
Correct.
Okay, so it's going to be extremely confusing. People are going to get cut up like a cake here.
Correct.
So everybody is gonna go. Well, excuse me. Let me say it again. The hardcore community sounds like they're gonna go solo character found, which just shuts off everything. You're playing by yourself. If you die, you lose everything.
Yep.
Okay. Solo character found is the hardest version of the game. Hardcore solo character found.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, assuming that COF isn't like giga more powerful than Merchant's Guild is, and then Merchant's Guild is somehow worse. But I don't expect that to happen.
Okay, so the only way that this resonance comes into play is if you don't play. Okay, so hold on. So if you pick solo account found, you still can't party, right? It just means a shared stash.
Yeah, there's no partying if you do solo account found. It's just shared stash.
Okay, so the only time that resonance comes into play is if you don't select account found you don't select character found, and you also haven't picked trade, and you have a friend that you play with all the time, then resonance is a thing, right? Where if you happen, yeah,
as long as someone isn't trade in the party that you play with, that's when resonances will make sense.
okay,
It doesn't sound like a lot of people really use this.
yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at.
Yeah, it's a pretty niche thing for people who want to group with their friends and somebody says, I don't want to trade. As long as one person says that, then they come into play.
Okay, so all right, got it. But again, you know, obviously solo means solo in every way. There's no exploit to all of the resonance system.
Yeah, there's nothing that resonances will do. They won't drop because you never were in a party with someone that would allow them to have the condition of being droppable.
Okay, I get it.
Oh, okay. So that's interesting. It's definitely going to confuse people. I think a lot of people are going to be like, what should I pick at the starting screen?
Yeah, let's not even talk about the fact there's online and offline play as well.
And I assume if
Yeah.
So the reason why some of the Diablo games didn't allow an offline mode is because they said that they would like hack it and mod it. How is EHG getting around this?
They're not.
Okay, so
It's
anything
just happening.
anything offline is obviously then not leaderboard eligible, right?
Yeah, there's no leaderboard, but people can edit their save files actually very easily in LE, and it is a position or a point of contention. It has been for years with the community whether or not that should be allowed. Because say you have some new stuff that comes out, and it's really cool. Maybe there's a new we're talking about Pinnacle Boss. Someone on maybe it's got like really crazy, super rare, unique items that are insanely powerful. Someone offline can just mod those into their character immediately at the start and be playing with it.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but am I the only one who doesn't give a fuck at all about like what people do in offline mode? It's people have been modding like RTS games since the 90s and stuff with all kinds of weird shit in it. They bought a game and they're playing by themselves. You can't bring the offline to online, right? So I don't care if someone immediately gets it. It's offline. Who cares?
Yeah, it doesn't matter to me. I guess the point of contention here, which I really don't have, I don't care, is let's say DM, you grow up to be a content creator. Boom. Oh wait, actually that's what happened. You're a content creator. So if you want to make a video about the new Uber bosses and the new Uber uniques or whatever and how they work and how OP your character can be, if you want to not be 3 weeks behind the other content creators, you need to have an offline mode character where you mod the
Okay,
build.
I get it, but
Yeah.
but as a content creator, I mean, look, arms racing for this shit's been happening since data mining. So I don't understand why. Like, people are always going to find ways to get ahead of the other people. There's also early access review builds that we were all part of. There's ways to advantage as a creator. If someone is going to do that to be able, like, go for it. I get it. It's unless EHG has a problem with it. If that's what they're going to do, they're going to edit in the thing in order to get ahead. Well, they put the effort in to do it. I mean, I'm not going to be salty as a creator if someone else does that. And handful of people even, are creators in the first place. I don't know. It's like a non-issue for me personally.
I don't care either. It doesn't bother me. But I think or maybe I'm misunderstanding, but I think that's what McFluffin was saying is people are not even from a content creator perspective. People in offline mode, like there is no earning it. It comes out, you mod it into your character, you're playing with it, and then other people get salty about it, but it's offline, so who cares? It's like you paid for the game. It doesn't bother me, but I guess I could see why some people would be mad, but I'm not one of them. I don't care.
Yeah, they'll get right. If they do that, then, and people are mad about them, they'll deal with the fallout of doing something that people don't like in a video.
I'll give you a couple of nuances to it. I've gotten a lot softer on this business than I used to be. I used to be pretty hard. I didn't like it, but I guess I've just changed as a content creator where it doesn't matter as much to me personally, and it's just not as big of a deal. But there are a few areas where it could kind of take away some of the luster of a new setup. Let's say for that Pinnacle boss that comes out, it would normally take maybe people 2 weeks to get, and there could be a big tournament around it and whatnot, and no one's seen it yet. No one's seen how it's going to be defeated, and then someone just loads up immediately an offline character file that's got perfect gear, and they just go and they just blast it, and that kind of ruins some of the luster of that. I think there's something to be said about that particular issue, but if the cycles continue to be the way that they are, and they're just like standard is the same as the cycle as far as content, then that's kind of a mood issue anyway, because you just load up your amazing standard character that you've been playing for thousands of hours and do the same thing. So we'll see how that plays out. The other issue is we've actually had a problem in the past with content creators that do the editing, creating unrealistic builds that other people then start playing, not knowing that they're unrealistic, and then they just
Holy
can't get the same,
shit.
yeah, they just can't get the same power out of them, shockingly. So that's a bit of an issue.
What a
too.
piece of shit. So you're telling me they go in there and make fake fucking builds and be like, yeah, you know, this thing clickbait, get 50 billion DPS, and they're literally putting out a hack.
Yeah.
Holy shit, that's hilarious.
Yeah, that's a legitimate thing that's happened, and it will continue to happen as long as that's available. So you know how important that is. It's definitely going to bait some new players into playing builds that are not going to get that. You know, they're not going to get that power out of them, obviously. I guess we'll see how that plays out too. But that has definitely been a concern and a real thing that has happened in the past.
I'll tell you a funny story about that. Like that gave me a lethal dose of reality. So when the Abattoir of Zir was coming out, I was obviously just logging in and theory crafting ball lightning all the time. I'm like, all right, how can I make ball lightning do as much damage as possible while still being able to stay alive? So I was like literally just testing everything, and I finally got it like as optimized as I could possibly make it. So then I went to a training dummy and I tried it, and I don't know, my character was doing like 100 million DPS a second, just absolute machine gun status, ready for the Abattoir. And I uploaded my guide, you know, final version of the Abattoir, and then the next day, someone said, guys, or said, Rax, there's another content creator that uploaded their final version of the ball lightning, and it says like 100 trillion DPS a second. I'm like, oh wow, 100 trillion, huh? Damn, I mean, don't watch my guide, watch his if he's doing 100 trillion. And of course, it was absolute, complete and utter nonsense, and the build was mostly completely wrong. But I mean, this has been happening since the dawn of time. The clickbait on YouTube is unfucking real.
Oh yeah.
What I don't want Last Epoch to do is balance their game and freedom of expression in offline mode around my YouTube content creator career.
Yeah, no, it's for me. It's less about the content creator as it is about the ease of which people can mislead others and cause them to do things they wouldn't otherwise do. That's where, for me, there's a bit of a concern about that. I actually think there could be some really cool things about having the offline, like if people did some serious modding of the game, because that is not TOS. There's no support for that, but if someone did like a D2 style mod or like added in new items or even new content in the offline, I would love to play that and try it out. So I think there's some real advantages of having the offline outside of the obvious ones. But it's definitely a point of contention in the community. I don't think it's going to go away anytime soon.
Yeah, this is, I mean, I agree with DM's sentiment. Like, when I prioritize the problems in Last Epoch, offline players having an unfair advantage goes straight to the bottom of my list. That's not, that's not gonna, I'm not gonna lose sleep over that.
Yeah, it's definitely not a big, and like was mentioned also, there's a community tester part of it, right? So if it's all about advantages, well, I already have a huge advantage over you guys. I'm playing the new stuff months out. Now, they're not going to let me play in the competitions early, and that's totally fair. But it's still the case that I have an advantage. So it would be a bit hypocritical of me to just purely be based on, oh, they have an advantage, how dare they? It's really, for me, the only thing that I'm concerned about is that people can just like easily, very quickly load up a build, create a perfect gear, and then create a build guide on it with really no nuance over how to actually set that up, how difficult it is to scale it, how good it is without perfect gear, and then 50,000 views later, a bunch of people are playing it and they're just not getting a very good experience. That's really.
I get the logic. People are already doing this. I mean, one of the first things that happened in Path of Exile was a million people in chat were spamming me. Don't watch these 3 people. I'm not even gonna like call them out because I guess they just title everything wrong. Their builds are dog shit, and you as a new player have no idea anyway because you're literally looking up a build because you don't want to use your brain. You want to copy a build. So you're like, okay, I want to copy a build and be strong immediately. So let me pull up a build. You don't know it. Either way, the type of person that's gonna look up a build that to copy pasta it isn't gonna know how a build works anyway. And people can already lie about it. They don't need mods to do it. And then those people get a insane amount of bad reputation. I knew all of the dog shit PoE creators within like my first hour of playing the game. And granted, there's a million people in chat to tell me it. But obviously, their reputation got boiled to the ground pretty fast. So I think the solution to that is have the community protect itself and flame them.
I don't understand how this doesn't like sort itself out via natural selection. Like, I don't know how other people use YouTube, but if I watch a video and it's absolute dog shit, I just tell YouTube, don't recommend this creator to me, and I'm just like, I'm never gonna watch you ever again. Like, why doesn't that, like, I see these, sometimes these terrible creators, they just get 50,000 views, 50,000 views, and sometimes people are insane. Like, you'll go in the chats, you go in the comments and they'll be like, great video, thanks, man. I'm like, bro, he just fed you literally the worst info ever. His build is absolute dog shit, if only you knew. It's like, I don't understand how sometimes these people retain their audiences.
Yeah.
I don't think they do.
I don't know, man. I think they do sometimes.
Yeah. I'm curious, actually, your guys' thoughts on that from other games, because one of the things I've believed up to this point is that part of the reason why creators can stick around when they're low quality, low effort, or they're doing things like, editing save files and creating unrealistic builds is because there's just not a big enough community to really police that and get the information going, and there's not enough players who know the game well enough to know those are shit. So right now, there's a small number of us that have got thousands of hours in the game, but it's like by cycle 2, cycle 3, cycle 4, that's going to start to change. A lot more people are going to understand this game, understand what's good, what's bad, and people are going to start to get a much worse reputation. Do you guys think that happens in like D4 PoE pretty well, or is that still a problem there?
Well, I mean, yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say it's an interesting question because the problem is in order to like do the self-policing of the community, you have to assume they saw the message beforehand. I think what happens with pretty much almost any YouTube channel is if you make dog shit content, people will click on it the first time. You get them the one time, and then they're not going to come back. They're going to look at your build, be like, 85 billion damage. They're going to go try the build and be like, this doesn't work. And then they're going to go back to the video and be like, what'd I do wrong? Wait, I have everything right. Wait a minute, what the fuck's going on? And then they're going to try a different build and realize what happened. And then they're not going to click them again. So what happens is, if all of us are YouTubers, we all know that your audience is typically the higher retention rate than new audience. If you look at your purple bar is always higher than the blue bar, aka the people that have watched you before are more common than the people that haven't watched you before unless you're just starting out. So though that itself will solve itself, like Rax is saying with natural selection. They'll keep getting the new people, but the new people will only do it one time until they fuck them over. And then they're out. That's why, like, look, if this worked really well and it was a serious problem that we needed to worry about, all of the top streamers and all of the top YouTubers would be people editing files and making horse shit.
Yeah, that's so from someone who doesn't play a lot of PoE, I got like 500 hours in, but I kind of feel like that's more or less what's happening in PoE, right? Like most of the people who are big names are high quality creators. And they built their reputation up from making high-quality builds and playing at a high level. At this point, PoE players have enough ability to discern between good and bad players and creators that if you're not very good at the game, you're probably not going to have a lot of views.
Yeah, I mean, the top streamers that I'm aware of are Zizarin, who does really good guides. Mathil, right? Mathil? I always forget how to pronounce it.
Mathil?
That does... Mathil? Right, there we go. That does high-quality builds. Like, I don't see these people that, again, will rename nameless, that got flamed the second I joined the community, and they're all like, beware of these guys. I don't see them at the top streaming, and I don't see them at the top of YouTube. I don't really get recommended their shit that often.
The thing...
Solves itself.
Yeah, the one thing that I think stops the whole natural selection process from working perfectly is, for some reason, it's again like I don't understand it. It's like the same concept as people watching titty streamers. Like if there is a titty streamer, people open the stream and watch it, and it doesn't make sense to me. But a similar concept on YouTube, if you create your video with clickbait, you will get way more views, even if the quality of your video is horrible. So you could either say, there's different levels to it, right? I could make a title that says Ball Lightning Sorcerer Guide. Okay, so that's not bad. Or you could make the title Strongest Build in Diablo 4 Season 2. Okay, that's pretty accurate. That's not really clickbait. That's fine. Or you could but what you should do is you should make your title This Build Broke Diablo 4. And you need it to be in all caps, and you need like a big Armageddon fireball on your thumbnail, and then you really want to sensationalize the shit out of it, and that's how you're going to get a lot of people to click on your video. And that's the problem is it works, right? Just like if you get plastic surgery and you have tits, it will work. It's the same concept. The fact that it works is what's so depressing about, society in general.
Yes and no. So it will work in that one video will have a higher ceiling of the video. I 100% agree. But your overall channel's base floor of audience will not go up if you continue to do that. You're using the example of titty streamers, okay, where it's like, okay, the click will be there. But the base audience of those types of streamers that are going to stay for long periods of time, 8 hours a day, every single day, in my opinion, do not go up as much as people that are providing content that they're there for, typically for long periods of time. I think yourself, Rax, is an example of this. You don't really do clickbait. Your titles and thumbnails are pretty standard, like, let's talk about this build or what have you. You're not using all caps, and you're not putting tits on your thumbnail. But you have, like, the largest... Mistake. I don't know. I don't think it is. This is my point. I think for an individual video, it might be. But in terms of, look, you have more viewers than almost anybody in any of the ARPG space on both YouTube and Twitch. And that came from years of doing it properly. Now, it might seem like clickbait and, these attractive properties will work, but that's because it will only work from the data perspective of a small lens. But when you look at the macro growth of it, your audience would not be here if you did that in all of your videos. You would not have more viewers right now.
I'll be honest with you. I haven't researched it to the point where I could agree or disagree with you. It doesn't necessarily feel that way, but you might be right. You might be right. At the end of the day, it feels like the right thing to do anyway. Like you don't like go to bed feeling like a scumbag. So you just like that's the approach you take anyway. But I don't know, man. Like you made the comment. You don't think people are logging in all day for 8 hours a day to watch titty streamers? Have you seen their viewership? Like,
okay, you got me on that one. That's fair enough.
I mean, the base viewership for them hasn't gone up. I don't know, man.
Well, they're also providing high-quality content that matches with the title. The titties match the title, and so it's fine.
But also, there's some of those streamers are larger, but right now, if they go into Diablo 4 or Path of Exile, and you go into Diablo 4 or Path of Exile, like most of those streamers have less views than you. Like the majority of them do. The massive ones that are drama-based and they're just chatters and stuff, and they come in for the horse promo, yeah, sure. But the majority of them are like 500 viewer Andes. They're not like these 50,000 viewers. They're not all Asmongoat size. There's a couple of them that are.
The moment that McFluffin said they're providing the high-quality content that they said they would deliver on, it reminded me of when there was a bunch of titty streamers came into the Diablo 4 event that we just had, where they sold a brown horse again, which I loved your video on that, by the way. So there was a girl there. She had like 10,000 viewers, and she was just sitting there like 99% naked in the Diablo 4 category. And one guy, like full cam, like, and one guy said, "Are you even going to play the game that you're in the category of?" And this is like on the third day.
Well, she's playing the game better than we are.
Yeah, I mean, this is the third day of her in the directory farming the mounts, and then
There's a moose in my window. Sorry.
Can you
I didn't mean to interrupt you. Yeah, I'll pull it up right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is way more important. Let's see the moose. But so someone asked her, "Are you gonna actually play the game of the category that you're in?" And she was like trying to come up with a like kind of like a witty response. She like repeated the question, and then, oh wow, look,
Wow.
there's a moose by DM in Alaska.
My girlfriend, she wants to see a moose. I'll be right back.
Oh my god. Nah, dude, this is the kind of content we've been looking for.
Is it pregnant? Is it a big female?
It's
Titty
either
streamers and moose.
it's either pregnant or it just got back from Chipotle, one of the two. They don't have Chipotle in Alaska though, so yeah, it's probably pregnant.
They don't have Chipotle in Alaska?
No.
You couldn't live there.
No, I'm not going.
You
Bro.
you literally could not live there. I don't think you'd survive.
I need it to be 100 degrees every day, man, not negative 100.
You live in Nebraska.
I live in Nebraska, man. I mean, it gets pretty hot here. In the summer, it was 105 like 7 days in a row. It was crazy.
Really?
Yeah, we were frying over here.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, that doesn't sound normal for Nebraska.
Sorry, I got it. I had to look at that.
Well, that's awesome, dude.
Dude, that's actually
Just-
pretty sick.
He's just chilling and eating more. There's no Chipotle around, so he has to eat the branches.
Dude, do you
He's
have
eating my trees.
a stalk of celery? Open the window, call him over, and give him some celery. That'd be the greatest YouTube clip ever.
I don't know if he's gonna. I don't know if he'll come here. I'm pretty sure he's just gonna
So throw him the stalk of celery. Throw it, javelin.
throw it. I don't. The window's got a thing on it. I can't. Hey, Moosey. Come here.
Oh.
We don't have an apple or anything, do we?
Throw
don't
him.
have
He's just
nothing?
looking at him.
Throw
We
him
don't have
something.
Cheetos?
Oh yeah, mooses love Cheetos.
I don't know like he'll love any. He's eating a literal fucking tree right now, so I don't know why he wouldn't.
What's the plural of moose? Meese? Mooses? Moose?
I like Mises.
I think
Meeses?
it's
I like
octopi.
mooses. It should be mice, but that's already taken.
Yeah, unless it's one of those, double meaning words.
Oh, we could throw him a
Octopi?
nutty butt. Perfect. He'll love a nutty butt. This is a great idea.
Oh yeah, nutty bars.
Oh, dude, look, he don't like a nutty. I mean, I love nutty bars. I'm wasting one of my nutty bars on him. He better fucking love a nutty bar.
Oh my God, are we feeding a moose nutty bars? This is the greatest moment of my life.
Hold on. I gotta get
Guys,
the
this has
window
been so
open.
much fun, and this is just like the icing on the cake right now. We went from titty streamers to feeding nutty bars to moosies.
Yeah, so while we wait for him to walk over,
No, actually, I think isn't chocolate bad for animals? That's like straight up killing it. That'd be like
can
might as well shoot
moose
the
eat
right?
chocolate?
I
I
think
got
the
you.
moose can handle a chocolate bar. And maybe not a cat, but I
If
think a
you
moose would be okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's bad.
4 ounces of milk chocolate is potentially lethal for moose and other small dogs.
Okay, don't listen to
Okay,
me.
well we're not gonna throw chocolate at the moose then. But it was a great idea for the moment.
Yeah. Too bad we didn't have any celery. Anyway,
Anyway,
to
we're
finish the
talking about
thought.
titty streamers, right?
Yeah, I mean to finish the thought on titty streamers, they asked her, "Hey, can you at least play the game that you've been in a category for 3 straight days?" She was sitting there, she was trying to come up with a witty response about like her content and like how she doesn't need to play the game to get the money for the mount, and she actually just couldn't think of anything to say, so she just bursted out laughing, like uncontrollably laughing, that she was just sitting there in a bikini taking everybody's money. And I was just like, well, I mean,
Yep.
there you have it. Yeah.
Did
I'm
you
not
have the
mad
game
at it.
open? The game wasn't even open, was it?
Say it again.
The game wasn't even open, was it?
No. A full cam, just her in a bikini in the Diablo category. I'm not mad about it either. I don't care. I think the whole thing is like something you'd see on Idiocracy, but it's real. It's like what's actually happening in real life.
I'm more mad at Twitch than I am the streamer. Like it fix the platform related issue with that type of stuff, where like the game can't be like in a corner. Like if I stream me sitting here, in fact this happened yesterday. I was just setting up my office. I had faux screen. I didn't have Last Epoch open, and the chat was flaming me like, "Get into just chatting category. You're not playing Last Epoch." It's like, all right, fine. So I moved to just chatting, right? Like I feel like being able to just hop from one drops to another or whatever, and then not playing the game at all was a little annoying. But also, I think it's a platform problem. Like for me, it's the platform needs to resolve the issue by figuring out their stance on it, as opposed to the people are going to figure out the best way to min-max their bread, and then they're going to do that.
Well, I mean, their stance on it is they made a pools, hot tubs, and whatever stream, and they tried actually to allow what did they say? What was it phrased as? Artistic nudity.
Yeah.
And then that backfired 1 hour later. But the thing is those streams I think make them the most money, and that's the end of it.
Well, yeah, that's it. God bless America.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we've solved the issue of why Twitch has not fixed titty streams.
So back to the point about Last Epoch. Why hasn't Last Epoch fixed this problem? Because I'm pretty sure we're pretty far off the rails here. We have, between the titty streamer conversation that came out of nowhere and the moose. I don't even know if we're talking about Last Epoch anymore.
Are we talking about why Last Epoch hasn't fixed the titty streamer problem?
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Because they don't have it yet, but they're going to.
Yeah, the titty streamers are coming.
Yeah, probably. I mean, if there's any sort of drops or anything for them or some way to make money, they will.
Yeah.
Surely.
We need to ask them that on the next dev podcast. What are you guys doing to solve titty streaming coming to Last Epoch?
I can't wait to hear Mike's answer to that.
All right, I have one on the 19th. I'll see what he says about it.
Excellent.
You gotta solve the real issues.
What do you think, McFluffin or DM, but let's be honest, me and DM don't have any idea. What do you think is going to be the strongest builds or the most liked builds in 1.0?
Yeah. Strongest right now is a little hard to quantify because of the way corruption is going to change and whether or not you care about leaderboards.
Wait. How is corruption going to change?
So right now, the way corruption works is you get, the damage and health scaling, but it doesn't scale all that hard, but instead the modifiers scale. So like at high corruption, you might have like 450% increased elemental damage as a modifier, which is just insane. And what people do is they just cherry pick. They do the easy ones and then they don't do the hard ones. And so you have people that are doing thousands of corruption by just cherry picking it. So it's not really it's not a real barometer of difficulty. So they're gonna swap that. The modifiers aren't really gonna change much, but the corruption is gonna scale a lot harder so that you have true difficulty with corruption scaling. So how that affects people's ability to farm items with higher corruption, whether or not you want to go like a tankier build or like a total glass cannon, or stay a little bit lower of corruption and farm fast, is still something that we'll have to kind of keep our eye on. But I do think that there's some builds that are going to clearly be very popular. Both the Shadow Dagger builds are consistently popular. The Spin to Win build is consistently popular. Hammer Throws is consistently popular. The Hydrahedron Rune Master is also very fast and popular. The new build that Volka has made is going to be really popular. He's got the trap build where it actually turns into like the traps are rained down from arrows and then they proc detonating arrow and it's just like stuff all over the screen. There was a bug in that, but I think it's still going to be pretty popular as well. I think also one that people aren't keeping their eye on yet or haven't noticed is I think Ballista Rogue is going to be really popular as well. Probably Falconer version.
Yeah, so to go back to what you said, so corruption. The scaling of the corruption, the damage on the health is not super meaningful right now, and you said did you say people cherry pick the modifiers?
Yeah.
At the high corruption to get the clears?
Yeah, so like if there's a 450% increased elemental damage, well, that will probably one-shot you. So just don't take that. Instead, take the one that says 100% guaranteed glancing blow, because you can't scale any higher than that. It's already fully scaled. Can't get any more glancing blow. It's 35% less damage taken for the enemy. Just take that one. It's easy. You're at 1,000 corruption, still only 35% damage reduction.
And you're saying that the changes are going to be that they're going to leave the modifiers exactly the same, but the damage and the health of scaling corruption is just going to go way higher, so it applies like all the time in the monolith?
Yeah, I don't know if they're exactly the same, but they definitely won't scale. So I don't think they go up anymore at all. I think they just, like, you know, if it's 25% critical strike avoidance, then it's always 25%. But, and also the number that the modifiers are going to keep with you, I think, is less. I have to double check. I think Mike said that. But definitely we know the corruption part is going to be, like, it's just the more health and more damage on the enemies are going to scale a lot faster than they did.
Okay, so is that, if I'm understanding correctly, unless there's a part of it that I'm missing, they're just making the game a lot harder, at least at higher corruption.
Yeah, that's the idea. That's the intent.
Okay.
And more consistently harder, so that players who know how to pick modifiers don't have a significant advantage.
Okay. Would that actually change your behavior with modifiers at all, though? You're still not picking the 450% elemental, right?
Well, that one doesn't exist anymore. Now it's like 25% elemental or something like that.
Oh, okay. So they made them roughly equal as well?
Yeah, so like it's probably 25% at 100, and maybe it's also still 25% at 1,000, or maybe it's only 50% at 1,000. But either way, it's not going to be 450% at 1,000 anymore.
I gotcha. Okay, well, that sounds like a good change.
Yeah, we're pretty happy with that change in the community generally.
Okay.
So yeah, that's going to play a part in like what the ultimate metas, I guess, become. But I don't think it'll change too much at the top end, because the really popular builds are generally pretty tanky anyway, and they're fast, and they do good damage.
Yeah.
And so there might be some shift where, like, maybe glass cannon becomes the thing. It's you get one shot, but you clear everything before that happens, and that can push farther in corruption because it can just clear things quicker before they can get hit, and everything else will get one shot anyway. So that might occur. It happens in arena sometimes. We just don't know for sure, but that still would be like for like really, really hardcore pushers. Like that's very much the top end. It's not going to affect the average player, who's probably going to want to play fast builds that do a lot of damage and are pretty tanky, and the builds I mentioned are all going to fall into that.
Yeah.
Does it feel like the hitboxes are off sometimes, where it like shows where some of the hits are, and then you get hit even if you're not part of it? I don't know. For some reason, I'm doing this random boss called the Husk of the Elder, and it's like sometimes the line feels like, maybe it's a connection thing, but feels like the line is like behind me, but I'm seeing they're getting blasted by it.
There are some things that happen in online, especially. One of my favorites is, do you guys remember Raya, the bird, the void bird? Shows up fairly early in the timelines. He has the pie cart thing. He's also got that. He's got the one where he does like a dive bomb all the way across the screen, and it does it's like a line dot that goes down. Online, sometimes he'll just place it somewhere he's not actually going. So it's always fun to try to figure out where he's actually going to put it, because he'll have the telegraphed like visual, and then it's actually not going there, and he's also not flying where it's going. It's just going wherever it wants to. So you have to plan for that. So that's kind of fun.
And are there, I'm guessing this is true, but are there a lot of like planned bug fixes for stuff like that coming in 1.0?
There are a ton of bug fixes planned. I'm not sure if that one in particular is hit, but there's also a ton of online infrastructure type stuff and changing of servers that's going to happen. So exactly what gets hit and what doesn't is speculative at this point. I'd say that's even true for people who play CT to some extent, because you can't possibly look at every single thing that's bugged. And even so, like, I can't test how EU West servers are going to handle it. Right now, EU West servers are kind of spotty. Maybe at 1.0 they're really great. But there's definitely a lot of things that are going to be done. It'll be very interesting to see if some of the bigger issues go away, especially with online, because some people have really great experiences online, and some people have really terrible experiences online right now.
Are they doing any fixes for multiplayer? I would say that that's probably the most buggy part of the game that I've experienced.
Yeah, it is definitely the area that gets talked about the most. in the area. They've said they put some of the most time in, especially with infrastructural changes on it, and then server changes. They, as I understand, they're still in the middle of changing from one server provider to another, and some of the servers haven't been hit yet. I think EU West might be one of those, and it might be part of the reason why they're having issues there. But there's definitely be a lot of things that change for the online environment at 1.0, and hopefully it will fix a lot of the problems.
Big Fluffin, is there anything you don't know about Last Epoch?
I was kind of wondering that myself.
If I don't know, then I don't know that I don't know because I don't know.
True.
I'm sure there's a lot I don't know. Actually, ask me an Acolyte question, and I probably have no idea. I just don't play it much.
What builds are you guys going on launch?
Paladin. I'm like in Judgment.
Yeah,
Oh.
I've watched you play that a little bit on stream. You're really slapping stuff. Like, you're doing a lot of damage.
It's doing alright. I feel like kind of squishy because my build's like not that great, but I'm liking. I have the shield that makes it where it is plus Judgment, and the gloves where you don't wear a weapon, and that's kind of cool. I like the play style of it. And you go back in time and you get more mana and blah blah blah. That's pretty cool.
Which of the 70 game modes are you starting?
I want to do solo, but I also want to play with canon on release. So I'm kind of like I'm between. I don't know. I like the idea of like playing with somebody else and being able to build resonance with the person and trade them items and whatnot. I think that's really cool, and I want to experience what that's like. But from PoE, my favorite part of the PoE is the hardcore solo self-found so far, and like trying to get through bosses and whatnot. So I'm probably just gonna end up doing that again.
Yeah. What about you, McFluffin? What are you playing?
I am going with the Shadow Dagger Falconer that I've been working on, that I'm pretty stoked about. Getting thrown entire screen away with my Falcon and then having it just blast the entire map once I land is a lot of fun. So I'm gonna be doing that, and I will be playing Merchant's Guild. So I won't be playing solo because I want to trade, because I think this is like for me at least, a unique opportunity to experience an economy that's never existed before and an environment that's never existed, since they're doing it differently. And I just want to be there for the very first time it happens. Then my second character, I'm probably going to go COF.
Is that a very, very nice way for you to snipe all the super valuable stuff from all the stupid noobs that don't know what they're selling and become the richest person on the server?
That's a perk for sure. It's definitely a perk.
I'll allow it. It's going to be good. Whatever, it's kind of like people trade whatever Nancy Pelosi buys or sells. People just copy that. Whatever McFluffin does on his stream, just buy and trade that.
Isn't there no way to like become rich off trading because you can only trade an item one time?
Not happening.
Well, if you know what to trade and how much to trade it for and where to find it, you can get rich.
I guess,
Yeah,
but you have to find it yourself. Is my point, though, right?
Yeah, it's not. You can't play the market. Like, you can't. It's like stocks. You can't like buy something and then flip it for more. That's not going to be an option. So you do have to actually play the game to make money.
Not happening.
So I was
actually playing the game.
So I was also going to play Falconer. It just looks so good. And I've actually made so many characters. I have like, I don't know, like 12 characters. So it's something new for me to play, and everyone says it's going to be so sick. So I was going to do that. But I have a question. Big Fluffin, do you think that I mean, in either way, I guess maybe the solo thing doesn't apply to it, but do you think that there will be third-party RMT sites that will be rampant in this game like we've seen in other ARPGs, or no?
I think RMT is inevitable. The only question is how much of it, how hard it is for them to accomplish their goal. I do think there's some stuff in this game that makes it a little bit harder, or in some cases a lot harder, like not being able to flip items. But I honestly have no idea how they're going to get around it and how much that's going to make it rampant. It feels almost like a new frontier in that regard. I do not think it's possible to get completely out of RMT. It's going to exist. And then the only question is, okay, well, how much does it affect the economy or the average player?
So here's what they did on WoW to try to circumvent this. So if let's say you want, I don't know, 10 million gold. Okay, so you go on the website and you buy 10 million gold. then they're going to ask you, okay, go to the starter town and buy a level 1 simple dagger and list it for 10 million gold, and we will buy
Yeah.
it. So that's how they get around it in WoW. Is something like that possible in Last Epoch?
There is no specific reason I can think of why they could not do that, outside of EHG being able to track weird transactions.
Yeah.
I can't think of anything that prevents the system from doing it. The one thing that is going to be pretty painful for people who are RMTers if they get caught is, well, first there's the $35 tag to buy a new one, which that's not that big of a deal for making a lot of money. But you have to rank up any character that you want to do this with, and it's not gonna be really quick. I think anyone who thinks they're going to be selling legendaries in day one is going to find out otherwise. So there's going to be at least a good bit of friction for an RMTer in that regard.
Does
Well, that's the other part.
Go ahead.
Go on, Rex.
No, go ahead.
That's the other part. It's like I'm sitting there wondering. It's like, okay, in order for the people to like sell whatever the currency is going to be, they have to have the currency. But my understanding is we're using like almost the reputation system or something to buy and sell stuff. So I don't really understand what it is. One, you would be buying, since you can't really like rebuy things, and then two, outside of botting, I don't really understand like how are they going to get all that currency? They actually have to play the game, right? Isn't that something we just said? So
Yeah.
how are these? Typically, a lot of these RMT stuff is produced off the back of botting, right? So like, how exactly are they going to actually have the currency since they can't get rich off trading in order to sell it?
Yeah, I feel like it has to be. There has to be botting. There's no other way to make the money. And also, you need the faction currency to even sell items. So you have to play the game to get that stuff, unless someone found some sort of exploit, of course. But outside of a crazy exploit, it feels like it's got to be that way. I can't think of any other way that they would do RMT.
And that's probably how they stop it from happening. Is they probably just get good at dealing with bots.
Yeah, I think that might be how you handle it.
Does EHG do, or have they said that they would be willing to do hardware bans?
I have not seen that question asked of them. It's a good question.
Because I know PoE does that. I have more than one friend who is hardware banned. They cannot play PoE on their computer for things that they did.
Fascinating.
Yes, so that is a thing. It is a thing. So I didn't know if EHG had the same policy or not.
That would be a great question to ask them. I'd like to see them talk a little bit about some of the specific things they're going to do to combat it in an active environment. You know, actually like trying to identify people who are doing it. Of course, if they do that, they might be giving away some of their tricks. But it would be interesting to hear, you know, are you going to be able to identify that 12 million gold trade for a white item and ban people for doing that? And are you going to be able to do so in a way that doesn't, you know, affect some casual player who was doing that for some other reason? Like, I don't know why you do it as a casual player, but are there systems in place to kind of handle that already? Is that something that they're already preparing for?
Yeah.
Well, then one of the issues that WoW is running into right now is you can like just buy gold and then send it to somebody else in the mail and then get them banned.
Oh, really?
Pretty fucking funny. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's like
I've seen that.
That's fascinating. I did not know that.
yeah, if you don't like someone, you just buy it for them.
You can buy to get them banned.
Basically, I mean, I don't play WoW anymore, but that's what I'm reading on Twitter.
Oh, I haven't played WoW in several years now. I used to play it. That was my game, but I haven't played it in quite a while.
I
did not
stopped
hear
playing
that.
the Cataclysm. Like that's when I enjoyed Lich King was like peak, and then it fell off a cliff for me at Cataclysm.
Yeah, Lich was peak. I agree with that.
Quite good.
Yeah, Wrath Lich King was godly. That was also the last time that I played seriously.
I played through what one was it? It was only a few expansions ago. I was Mythic rating probably 4 or 5 years ago. Actually, the last time I played was Classic WoW. I was in a semi-hardcore Classic WoW raiding guild. That was the main tank, and it wasn't a great time actually. I did not enjoy it. I would not go back.
Yeah.
Not happening.
I don't know. Retail WoW to me is just it's not the same. Doesn't have the same allure. It's not like the good old days, man.
It's really not though. It's really not.
Yeah.
It's just different.
Well, I'm excited. I mean, I've made like 12 characters, and I still have fun. I'm trying to learn like a little bit of the speed running aspect to it. Like, I know you can skip the campaign by doing a dungeon, but is that a hardcore viable strat with nothing?
Oh, that's a great question. You guys want to talk about the current meta strat for speed running right now? Or
Yes.
Not hardcore. Well, we can talk about that.
Yes.
All right, let's hear it.
Yeah, this is a good question that I'm gonna try to get some sort of answer for myself on the next few days. So the current strategy, softcore viable for sure, is you go all the way to Oracle's Abode, which is pretty early. It's like chapter 4, chapter 5. It's right where the Temporal Sanctum is. It's like just past that. It's a few maps past the Temporal Sanctum entrance to the dungeon. And then you go straight into the Monolith of Fate. You're like level 30. Like, it's pretty early. You do the Monolith of Fate until you get a Temporal Sanctum key to drop. And then you do the Temporal Sanctum, the tier 1 Temporal Sanctum.
How difficult is that, the Sanctum? At that level?
At that point, it will be a lot easier than the Monolith of Fate that you just jumped into. So once you've gotten the Monolith of Fate far enough that you actually get a key, which is not going to be immediate. So by the time you get back to Temporal Sanctum, you're going to be probably like level 50, 60, maybe even 70. So then it's a super easy jump. Doing that tier 1 dungeon, and that will put you into chapter 9, which we assume you're going to need to be in because that's where the factions are. So we assume that's where you're going to pick them up. And then you finish getting your passives and idols there. And then you go back and you get all the way to empowered. And this strategy is going to be able to produce, with the fastest builds, somewhere probably between a 4 and a 5 hour to empowered in solo. So it's really fast if you're playing some of the faster builds, because like the average player is probably going to get to empowered in like 20, 25 hours, something like that. That is the strat. Now the problem, of course, on hardcore is going into a level 58 zone, which is what the first Monolith of Fate timeline is, at level 30 or so, maybe even a little earlier, is very scary, and definitely you can get one shot. And so are there builds that are capable of doing it, that are safe enough that you're going to take some risk? Like, you're always taking a risk when you're doing a speed strategy. But take some risk, but not so much that it's not worth it.
Yeah.
And there's probably a few builds that have a good chance of pulling it off. Shadow Dagger setup is one of them, because you can use Umbral Blades and just throw them at them, and then they just get blown up. But I'm going to test that for sure for hardcore and see if it's still... or I mean, worst case scenario, what you do is instead of stopping at Oracle's Abode, you go further, maybe pick another 5 or 10 levels, and then go into the Monolith of Fate. And so maybe it's like half an hour to an hour slower.
Yeah, in order to be safer.
Yeah.
Do those 5 levels make a huge difference when you walk into a 58 zone?
It depends on how your gear is set up and your passives. Like, it could be the difference between you having 40% resistance and capped resistance, or having, 700 health or 1100 health. If that's the case, then it could make a big difference.
I just got my first exalted item that has multiple exalted lines.
Those are cool.
Got a double exalt?
First time, yeah. Fire damage, ignite duration, and health regen. Love that.
Which ones are the exalted?
The fire damage and health regen, and then it has mana and elemental resistance is the non-exalted.
Oh, I see.
I'm doing like a judgment build, so my current exalted item is exalted on attunement, so I'm kind of like, I kind of don't want to remove it off, but increase fire damage and ignite duration, I mean, I don't know, it seems pretty good.
Are you an ignite build or a hit build?
I'm just kind of like, to be honest, I'm not even sure. I can't even tell you. I'd have to look at my shit and figure it out. I'm just kind of figuring it as I go. I'm not using a guide or anything. And I think it's most of my damage is from the initial damage the judgment does. Like, it has pretty good dot damage, but I think the biggest hits are coming from the on hit here.
So what's the number on the fire one, and what's the number on your attunement exalt?
Okay, so I got 16 attunement, 12% increased mana, and then mana regen on the one I'm wearing. And then the one that this has is plus 34 mana flat, and then 102% increased fire damage, 49% ignite duration, and 137% health regen.
Okay, so from a purely damage scenario, that fire one's going to be way higher if you're pure fire, because you see you have what was it, 16? You had 16 attunement, so that's 4. So that's 64% increased damage versus 100 and something.
Okay, so then I'm gonna. All right, I'm trying to figure out the crafting still. So I think this is a situation where you seal off the mana and then you get mana percentage increase and you call it a day.
That
I'm gonna show
sounds
this.
really good. I don't know how important mana is for your build, but Judgment usually does want some mana.
I'm gonna show you the same thing. You can
Let me pull you
teach
up.
me here.
Yeah, let's do a crafting session.
All right, teach me, baby. Look at this item. I pulled it up for you on the Discord.
McFluffin is like Yoda of last Epoch.
Don't speak quite the same, but I could work on it. That actually could be a nice little twist if I spoke like Yoda.
Yep.
Fix my build, you will.
Okay. Okay, so you got the mana, you got the Eliraz. So what are the tiers of the mana and the Eliraz? So if you press Alt, you should be able to see it.
Not happening.
What? Tier 6 health regen, tier 6 fire, tier 3 elemental, tier 3 mana.
Wait, I don't know why I'm saying that. So I can see around that. I can see on the forge. Okay. It's gonna be kind of hard to seal tier 3, but not impossible. If those
So
aren't
YOLO.
if those aren't the stats that you want there, I would give it a shot. I mean, what's the worst that's gonna happen, right? You already got the stats you don't want.
I feel like mana is one I do want. But if I was thinking if you remove mana, then you can put mana percentage on also, right? And give me even more mana?
Yeah, so that's the question. Is the suffix slot or the prefix slot more valuable? Personally, I would go for an increased health suffix because it's so powerful.
Okay, and the health is like, does it do anything for damage, or is it pretty much just keeps me alive? Yeah.
That's the keep you alive. But if you want to go, the big dick damage and mana helps you with that, then absolutely go for it.
Okay, one time no enemies, YOLO. So when tier 4 didn't work, so then we try it again with another seal, right?
Yep.
And
Good luck.
surely. God damn it.
Yeah. So now you can try to seal the elemental resistance. Yeah. See how that works.
When I sealed stuff, I think chat told me never to even try sealing something higher than 2 because it never works or something, or it's like a 1 in a million chance.
It's not 1 in a million. Tier 3 on a... Well, here you go. He just sealed the tier 3 right there. That's about a 30% chance he was going to get that.
Okay, so that's way better than I thought it was.
Tier 4 is really hard. I think it's under 10%.
What's the
So
chance?
then flat health.
I would go increased health.
And you can't seal tier 5, right? Because you can't craft on it?
Correct. The only tier 5, 6, 7s you can seal are experimental affixes off of the mage. Looking good.
Unlucky. We didn't get it all
I
the
got
way
a
with
3.
the health.
Got a 3. That's alright. It's not a forever item, but it's a better item.
All right, so it's better than the one I got here.
I think so, yeah. The 10% increased health is really nice.
It feels like
Alright.
health is such a crazy stat in this game. Like, I'm going through and there's like 18 different resistances, and I can get like, I don't know, 15 necrotic resistance, or I can get 10% health, which helps me on everything. It's like, it's really hard not to pick the health like every time.
Yeah, we prioritize increased health everywhere that you can take it. So you take on builds that scale health or that scale like low life ward, so they actually care about health in some way. So like the helmet's increased health, the body armor's increased health, the belt is increased health. So you always put those there, and then you can also get hybrid health, which is both added health and increased health on the gloves and the boots and the belt. So you almost always put those there as well. And then if you've got space for it on your idols, you can get double health idols, 5% increased health, and I think it's like 20, 26 or something added health and suffix. Those are really valuable too.
The legendary potential, I think, is the coolest part about last Epoch.
I love legendary
like-
potential.
Easily my favorite.
It's such a simple idea too. It's literally just slamming some affixes on it, but it just works so well.
It also, like, another thing about it, which is a feels good thing. This is something that PoE does really well, kind of, again, in a different way, but it makes every item have potential value. Like, I'm looking at these exalted items, like, okay, you find your bis unique or whatever. You find your bis unique, but I don't know how I just live there. I went to 0 health and I'm alive. I actually went to 0. Do you guys see that? How am I alive?
I did not. I've been watching Darth's stream here.
If you go to 0 and you're poisoned, I assume like the poison is going to take you to 0. If you potion out of the poison, do you live?
Not happening.
No, the only thing I can think of that would cause outside of like server lag for some reason would be there or is integer, and so maybe you would drop to like 0.7 health, and it just reads it, or 0.4 health and it reads as 0, but it's not actually 0.
Okay, so I've
heard of that happening.
I had 0.4 health right there. Anyway, yeah, the thing I was just gonna say is it gives all the all the items value, and so like you're constantly looking for everything. And PoE does that in the sense of all of the currencies are valuable. Like even in the end game, like having thousands of chromes and fusings is going to help you at some point. So you'll still like pick up that like bubblegum currency.
Yeah, chat's saying that was a known bug with the 0 health thing. But yeah, one of the really nice things, it's obviously it makes like uniques valuable, because like if you get like a 3 or 4 LP, it's probably going to be worth at least thinking about using. But also like exalteds that have one really good affix and everything else is just dog shit. Like the base is dog shit, the other affixes are dog shit. But if you got a 1 LP and that's worth it for you to try to slam it, to take a shot at it, if you get that red affix, all of a sudden you've got a really awesome item.
Yeah, exactly.
What do you think about these judgment gloves? The hand of judgment.
I think they're really cool. I've actually not made a build around them. They're not new, but they're within the last year. I keep meaning to, and I never have. I've seen some people make builds, and they look like this looks like a lot of fun to me.
Greetings.
I'm quite enjoying it. That's why I'm thinking. Like I noticed my damage went down with the other piece. I was tankier, but then I put on that chest piece, and it was actually worse. And I think it's because what is it? You do melee damage per attunement while unarmed.
Oh, I did not know that. Yeah, if I would have known that, I would not have had you switch.
And then you get plus attunement or whatever. So that's kind of cool. I'm enjoying the
Follow your feet.
I'm enjoying the hand slam, man. It reminds me of the poisonous concoction build from Path of Exile, because you can't have a weapon.
Oh
Shield,
yeah,
but no weapon.
yeah, for sure.
Yes.
Yeah, you should definitely be attunement stacking on this build to the moon. You're gonna have a lot of damage.
Follow your feet.
I just love how many builds there are that just look fun in this game. It's why I keep playing it.
That's to me the biggest selling point of the game is I don't know, like it genuinely to me feels fun to make multiple characters, and I pretty much don't feel that way about any game ever. You guys are killing my chat with affix and melee. They're never gonna let you live that down.
Wait, who
My
said melee?
900. That's me. I say melee. That's just how I'm used to saying it. But it's also a 900 IQ YouTube bait, because I get a billion comments that say it's pronounced melee.
Smart. Do your chat not say affix? They say affix,
Yeah.
but it's affixed to it.
Not happening.
It's not affixed to it. I think
It
the
is
chat's
what
wrong.
you know. I am whatever you say I am, in the words of a great philosopher.
Legitimately, as long as I played this game, for as many years as I played it, your chat is the first that has ever said anything about me calling it an affix.
I
Never
think-
heard it before.
I think it's affix is the way to say it, but I've never heard affix in my life, but I don't know. We're gonna have to go to Google here. I can go to Google pronunciation real quick. I think it's affix. Affix and suffix. Let's see. We're gonna go to Google here. I'll tell you the answer. Google. Oh, I'm dying. Sick. Okay, here we go. Affix. Let's see how it pronounces it.
Affix? Affix?
Actually, no. No, it says affix. Or
Yeah.
are they both right?
Affix.
Okay, they're both right. It has both pronunciations. Okay.
So your chat's wrong.
McFluffin's in the clear. It has
So
both
Google doesn't know either.
It has both pronunciations on Google. That's the
Can I
British
get a word
version.
of origin?
Can you please use it in a sentence?
It's probably it's kind of like the last Epoch, right? It's Epoch, but it's also Epic, depending on what part of the world you're in.
Epic.
Yeah.
Last
sound right at all to me.
epic. Who the
Which
hell
sounds
calls
way
it that?
It used to be a really big thing between not a really big thing, but like there's like about half the content creators would call it last epic. The other would half call it last epoch. And epoch is I think just kind of one out.
Yeah, I'm firmly in the Epoch category here.
Last epic.
Yeah. Also, it does translate to last epoch, which is that's cool.
Blast epoch. Blast epoch.
Epoch. Yep. Last epoch.
You gotta
So
change
the
it.
Epoch that's like the time stone that we have, right? Because we're basically all Doctor Strange, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, basically, it's the shard. The shard is like epoch is like a like a period of time basically.
Yeah, an era of time.
Yeah, an era of time. And so this shard is allowing you to traverse the epochs.
I always thought the lore was a guy went to Chipotle. Chipotle was closed, so he destroyed all the epochs but one. And now
So
we're in
we
it.
don't know if that's
Could be,
not
yeah, I wouldn't
true.
know.
Yeah, we don't actually know what caused the void. It could be because of Chipotle either being closed or someone ate it and had a really bad time after. It's not clear.
Okay. I'm pretty
Either
sure it
way-
has something to do with Chipotle. It was the
One way or
moose.
the other. It's a good likelihood.
I don't read it anyway, so I wouldn't be able to tell you.
Yeah, have any of you, be honest, have any of you paid attention to the story or read a single line of dialogue in the game?
No.
I mean, with the number of hours I have, and you kind of just learn by osmosis. So
Learn by
Actually-
osmosis.
yeah, I'm like you. I don't generally care about the story. I do like Diablo's lore a lot, but typically I don't care. And I typically don't care about this one, but I've learned enough about it that I guess I kind of care, but I don't play it for that reason.
Yeah.
People were getting confused about my opinion on the campaign when they're like, how can you have an opinion on the campaign if you don't read the story? It's like, because there's a difference between the story that the campaign's telling and then the campaign itself. I thought the campaign was all right, but I'm talking about the process of going through the campaign from a gameplay perspective. The story, who the fuck cares about the story? The only game that I ever actually paid attention to the story was Diablo. It's because there's Diablo Mommy that we're trying to kill, and there's cinematics. So I'll watch a movie, but I'll be damned if I'm going to read a book. This is 2024 after all.
The lore master is just probably so sad right now hearing this.
Well, props to them for doing the job. I'm sure the story is fantastic.
But yeah, how do you feel about the campaign actually?
It was all right. I don't know if I necessarily thought it was like, the most amazing thing ever. I like the timeline perspective of the campaign. That was pretty cool. I feel like it was just the right length. And it introduced pretty much the features at the right amount where I didn't feel overwhelmed. I do like the part where it's in order to get my passive skill points and all that, I can kind of choose which ones I do. I thought that was a pretty cool feature. So you can, each time you do the campaign, not do the exact same ones over and over again, because one of the things I don't like about Path of Exile's campaign is the having to do the same side quest in order to get the skill points. So I actually liked the last Epoch's way of doing that. I feel like the bosses could have been a little bit more memorable. I thought the last boss, Lagoon, was pretty memorable. The snake guy was pretty memorable. Other than that, I don't really remember too many of the bosses the way that I would remember like Path of Exile's bosses, but they're definitely better bosses than like a lot of D4s, though D4 had some pretty good bosses too, like the dog that goes through the town is a pretty memorable boss that gets underutilized in D4 and they just don't continually use it. And the Lilith fight was pretty good, though I feel like the voice lines were underwhelming. I did like that the boss fights also have like actual voice lines and they talk shit to you. I like that in games. But that's just kind of my initial impression. What do you think, Rax?
I mean, if I'm being completely honest, I think the campaign is more fun than the monoliths.
Not happening.
I have more
Yeah.
fun. I have more fun doing the campaign than the monoliths. Not like it's not like a catastrophe. Monoliths are still fun, but I don't know why. I have fun going through the campaign. I have fun doing the little quests. I don't have to free 7 prisoners. I don't have to wait for a camel.
That's
I
fair.
think on hardcore without the cheat deaths and stuff, I think you're actually genuinely challenged at many different points, and I'm constantly worrying about, does my gear have health on it? How good are my resistances? And I think if anything, I would say the campaign is tuned maybe a little bit more difficult than people are used to. The amount of people that are going to die in the 3rd zone with that little wingling boss guy is going to be monumental. Like the zone right after the flower guys, like
Yeah.
that zone for me when I get to level 5 in hardcore, that is the hardest thing by far. I have 2 deaths in that zone on hardcore characters, and I have no deaths anywhere else so far. Of course, now that I said that, now I'm guaranteed to die, but I like that it's fun for me that the campaign is tuned a little bit difficult. I think the common couch dad player that doesn't look up anything is going to find it a little bit challenging, but for me that's fun. And I, like DM said, I like the length. It's not like doesn't take so long that it just gets dragged out and it's so annoying. But it's a nice little task to go through it. I haven't listened to any of the lore, so I can't comment on any of that.
How do you feel about having to do the campaign over a new characters? I'm like D4, but like PoE.
So I had this conversation with DM.
Yep.
We had this argument. There's a lot of people that have very, very strong opinions here. I think Last Epoch has probably got the best setup here, where you pretty much do have to go through the campaign, but you can skip a lot of it with a dungeon, and it's kind of optional. But here's the thing that doesn't make sense to me. Like I'm a math guy, and in a lot of these games, like for example in Diablo 4, I don't understand how you can apply just a little bit of math to these things to solve a lot of problems. So how does it work in Diablo 4? You must do the campaign the first time that you play, and then you don't have to do the campaign again. And then what ends up happening is every single season, almost nobody does the campaign. Some people will who just love the campaign, but otherwise you're going to go do the adventure mode or whatever it's called. You're going to do the seasonal events. You're going to do the vampire helltide, da-da-da-da-da. Now, we can just apply a little bit of math here to solve that problem. So if you lock Woody in a room and take a bunch of Diablo 4 blasters, lock them in a room, and say, all right, here's the Season 4 theme. I want you to show me how fast can you get to level 50? How fast can you get to World Tier 3? And they play it, okay, and they're in World Tier 3 in 2 hours. 2 hours and 10 minutes or whatever. Okay, now, play the campaign. How long does it take you to beat the campaign, and what level are you? And you will find that it takes you 3 times as long, and you're only level 40. Okay, well, a simple math problem will show you that no one's going to play the campaign unless you just love the campaign. So all you have to do is make it about equal. If you play the campaign, even if it takes longer or shorter, your output is roughly the same, and then you let the player choose. Well, I really love the campaign. I really love the dogfight in the town. I want to fight Lilith, and I want to watch the Mephisto cutscene. And I can do the campaign now because the efficiency of it compared to doing the seasonal theme is roughly equal. It doesn't even need to be perfect. It just needs to be close. And then you let the player decide how they like to begin every season. And then if people don't like the Seneschal path, they can just say, you want to know what? I do love the campaign. That's one of the only things I love about Diablo 4. I'll just do that, and by the time I get out of there, I'll just be world tier 3 ready, and I can just skip the leveling process in the early game entirely. I don't know why Blizzard doesn't do that. It can be solved with math.
Question for you.
Yeah.
So let's say they do that, and they make it where if you play through the campaign, then you will be able to level at the same pace as if you're doing a min-max strategy. Would you feel, as somebody who partakes in races, etc., that some of your advantage and reward that you've gotten from being a good player has been stripped away and added to just doing the campaign? You feel like the average person is going to be leveling significantly stronger now in the campaign than the campaign is particularly balanced for?
Absolutely not. I wouldn't feel like that at all. In fact, I think it would call upon me to become a better Diablo 4 player than I am right now. Because do you want to know what I'm going to need to do? It's not going to be perfect. You're never going to get the math right perfectly. So it would cause me to practice the campaign. And I need to be like a dual threat. I need to be, well, if this seasonal theme looks like it sucks and I don't want to do it, at least I know the campaign like the back of my hand, and that's the way that I can can compete. I don't want to win just because I've played a degenerate amount of hours and I have tribal knowledge. In fact, I think it would be a lot more exciting if the common person could just practice the campaign 2 or 3 times and be much closer to me, a world tier 3. And then they might be more inclined to compete if, Diablo 4 would ever do a race of any kind, if they would actually put on some fun events. I would think it's much more exciting. I pretty much think that's how every racer would feel. I don't think any racer's trying to win by sneak attack strategies that other people can't implement, That's my take on it. What do you guys think?
Well, Fluffin, you want to go, or should I?
You can go. I'll go after.
My take on how much I like campaigns is directly pivoted around how good I believe the boss fights within the campaigns are. I think that Path of Exile, the reason I like the campaign is not running through the forest, but it's what happens when I get to the other side of the forest. The amount of bosses, the attack patterns they have, and the responsibilities of me defensively to know what these bosses are going to do. The worse your bosses are and the easier they are just to hit them and have them fall over, the less I care about your campaign, because now it feels trivialized to me, where I just need to run through a pre-programmed train, that's mapped out for me. So the better the bosses, the more difficult the bosses, and they don't have to just be like, straight up tank damage numbers, but the better designed the bosses are, probably a better way of saying that, then the more that I typically like the campaign. And I think PoE is an example of this. I've never been annoyed at the campaign in PoE once. I never thought that, fuck, I wish I could just star the maps. I liked doing the campaign, regardless if it's softcore or hardcore. And every time I went through the campaign, it felt different because of the difficulties and responsibilities of me mostly defensively needing to have in order to beat each one of the bosses on each different style of build I'm doing.
Yeah, that's interesting. My general take has been, when it comes to campaigns, just for any game, is that if you put that much time into creating a campaign, it should be good, but that's a lot of content. And I think D4 is a good example of a game that struggles with content to begin with, and by taking out so much content, there's even less to do and even less variety. So part of the fun of the end game is that it is a different, you've reached a different step or threshold in your character's progression. Now, if the campaign sucks, like you said, then it's going to feel bad to do it no matter what. But if you can make a decent campaign that's not too long, especially has some skips like the dungeon system, I think losing that is just such a big part of a game. I've always disliked, even in D3, that I don't care about the campaign, and I'm just starting with the same content, and I'm going to do that from the beginning to the very end, and nothing's really going to change. I like having diversity in my content.
Yeah, so I would say, in terms of enjoyment, the way that my brain processes a game. So I see what DM's saying. DM's saying that the bosses are the most important, because those are like the pivotal moments, right? Those are the inflection points in your journey where you actually test what you've made so far, and they're usually the most memorable content, right? But for me, I I view it, and usually you play these campaigns more than once in any good game. I view it as, what am I supposed to do in each of these different zones or chapters of the campaign? And are those things dynamic? Do they change? And are they fun? So, for example, DM says, I like the bosses. I'm never bored in the campaign at all. The reason why I find the PoE campaign very interesting is, in this zone, go right. This is where you're supposed to go. In this zone, don't do the quest. In this zone, it's really godly for XP. If you're going to try to get a little bit ahead, this is the zone you reset 3 times. This boss, you need to, before you get there, you need to have this set up with these sapphire rings. I'm solving like a jigsaw puzzle all the time in order to make the otherwise very difficult campaign easy. And when you have me thinking like that through the campaign, now you are engaging me. Now I am having fun. And especially since after playing the gauntlet and having to really, really learn everything, otherwise you die, so many times I dropped to 1 HP. It gave me even a stronger sense of that, and that was probably the most fun I ever had in Path of Exile, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, the gauntlet was...
I think that's what I like so much about the campaign too. I realized over time that I'm actually a campaign enjoyer if it's not bad. PoE I feel like is a bit too long for me, so I get tired of it before I get to the maps. But for a while, I really enjoy the PoE campaign as well, because it's like you're solving something else a little different than what you're solving for endgame. There's more things to think about. How you're going to progress your character through the campaign, the challenges you're gonna find along the way. I do think that's a pretty valuable part of ARPGs.
Yeah, and so like this whole tech of, you can skip the campaign in the middle of it in this zone to farm this one item, to go on this side path, to save an hour of time. That to me is very interesting, but it sounds very difficult to pull off, which is, I mean, in softcore you can do anything, right? You can just die, who cares? Then you just go again. But in hardcore, this sounds very difficult to pull off, which is honestly very, very intriguing. It's like a very cool addition that 11th Hour Gaming had in their game. It definitely makes me enjoy it more about, risk versus reward. Do I just go along the normal paths? I don't know anything here, and that sounds really hard. Or do I YOLO it and try to save an hour of time?
Not happening.
Yeah, the other part of it is the generation of the maps itself. The maps aren't always the same. So having it be where there's, like you were saying, where you go, this map go right, this one go left. Like there's concepts behind where you're supposed to go. And if you memorize the concepts in PoE, then you'll be faster at the campaign. But the experience isn't one for one the same every time. I know there's people in chat saying like, well, this is only fun for the first, 5 times you play it or whatever. I mean, I still enjoy the campaign. I've made well over a dozen characters now. And I'll probably continue to enjoy the campaign. But I guess if you make hundreds and hundreds of them, it will become less enjoyable. But I guess my argument is, if you can get that much out of just a campaign, that's pretty good for a campaign. The problem with the Diablo 4 campaign, I know we're kind of debating, like, should we play the campaign every time with D4? There's the side of it where, the speed run side of it, where you're talking about in terms of level progression, et cetera, needs to be more equal. But the problem for me with the D4 campaign is it's so linear that it is going to feel repetitive more so than some of the other campaigns, even though we might enjoy the boss fights, etc. Like the way the quests work, go do this quest. Remember the serpent quest in the forest where you have to like walk around this serpent's tail in order to go through? That's a highly annoying quest. The camo is another highly annoying quest. I'm not sure that I necessarily want myself to be forced through that over and over again in order to bring like an artificial longevity to the game. And then at the end of the campaign, feel disappointed because, there's still not a gameplay loop that we necessarily feel good. So I think that there's also like it depends upon the design of the campaign. The cinematics are great the first time.
Well, one quick point about what people said in chat, like, I think at some point, I guess it's based upon the design of the game about whether the campaign is mandatory or not, but some people in chat said, Well, with that design, you would enjoy the campaign 5 times, and then you wouldn't enjoy it anymore. Imagine that you were a developer of an ARPG, and you're sitting at the board, and they go, "All right, I have a campaign design, and it's going to be really, really fun for everyone who plays 5 times, and then it's going to start to fall off. How do you feel about that?" I mean, a lot of people don't like the content that you make 1 time. So if our argument is people can only stand the campaign 5 times, I would say that's a huge win for the developer. If you can get them to enjoy it 5 different times, I'd say you did great.
Yeah, how do you guys feel about the D4 campaign? Like, pretty much you did it. Do you think that that's something that could actually be done over and over and over again and be enjoyable every time?
Honestly, I've done it once, so I don't even remember it.
I've done it a lot via alpha testing. I think the D4 could be great with some changes. A lot of the things that are the most important about a campaign, I think, are there. The character progression is definitely there. Like, that's the only time in Diablo 4 you actually feel your character progression. When you start off with your shitty like wooden stick and you're progressing through world tier 1 and 2, and you upgrade it to like a shitty yellow 400 eye level sword. That's the only time in the game where you find your first legendary that does anything for you. That's the only time in the game where I actually felt like my progression actually felt good. So the progression is there. I think the boss fights are really good. I think the Andariel fight, the Lilith fight, the beast in the town fight, I think it's some of Diablo 4's best work. I think the sounds are great. The combat is great. The problem is with things like the camel. Walking through the sand is just so stupid. The whole snake thing needs to be condensed from 20 minutes of walking to 2 minutes or whatever. They'd need to adjust it a little bit, I think. But I think with some very reasonable adjustments, I think the Diablo 4 campaign could certainly play more of a role than it plays right now. I think it's one of the best parts about the game, in my opinion.
Yeah, the boss fights are like they're better than the end game boss fights. What happened? Like, they were actually pretty good.
I'll tell you a tiny history lesson. I mean, it's not that exciting, but in the alpha, when we were playing the boss fights, when it was super early on, Woody and I played, and then we jumped on Discord, and we both agreed the boss fights were so easy. Like, they were a joke. Like, you could stand still and just melee, and you were guaranteed to beat any boss. And we're like, okay. The first thing that I would say is, even for the most casual of casual dad gamers, 7 jobs, 30 kids, can only play for 8 minutes a month, everyone with even a stick is going to beat every single one of these bosses. So you need to actually give them some, mechanics and some damage. And I'd be honestly, I was very worried. I was worried about the campaign coming out in terms of difficulty. But that was one of the pleasant surprises. Blizzard got that pretty much right. Like, it was good tuning from the testing phase to what we saw. But in the alpha, you would laugh if you fought like Andariel in the alpha. She was so free. She was the equivalent of killing a little skeleton along the way in a map.
Dude, I didn't like D4 in the alpha, I'll be honest. Like, I played the alpha also, like the early access one, and I'm not just the beta early access review as Careers got, but like the very first alpha. And it honestly bored me. I was like, I don't really like this, and then the game got better as they progressed. But my first run through of it didn't feel very good at all.
Yeah, so the earliest alphas, I could see why you would feel that way. I mean, you're just actually just running through the game. There's nothing in your way. You're guaranteed to win. They did some nice tuning there, though. Like, to give them credit, it ended up pretty good. Different. I was pretty worried about it.
Not happening.
I wasn't special enough to get access to any of the alphas or closed betas. I just had to play the open stuff.
Well, after they see McFluffin take over the economy, then they will never snub you ever again. On last Epoch. We're gonna call you McFluffin Bezos.
I am curious about the point McFluffin was making earlier, which is a little bit of a worry about like people really enjoying the game because there's an insane amount of hype around Last Epoch right now. And I wonder the same thing about there's a ton of hype around the game. People are going to get into the game thinking it's the best thing ever, which it's very good for a while. Then you hit the monolith system and people are going to be worried about the end game again. Like you think we're going to hit a D4 situation of immediate really good reception. And then after we get to the end game, I know we already had the conversation about them. They're focusing on that, but back to the first week of launch, how long do you think it's going to take before that becomes a conversation?
Yeah, that's a good question. I was giving it like a week or two, a kind of honeymoon phase, but I guess it depends on how quickly content creators blast through it and then get to that point and start to have like legitimate, valid complaints about it and how quickly that catches on. I think it's inevitably going to happen, and I don't think this is going to surprise the HG at all. It's just a question of when and like how big it gets. It's like you guys said, the end game is actually it is pretty decent even now. It's just missing these things that people are gonna point out, and they're definitely things that the game would be better with. And so how much that affects. Also, a really interesting phenomenon for me is that we're going to have players coming from D4 and PoE with very different expectations about what an ARPG is and what's fun and what a game needs to have. And seeing how those two different groups view the endgame in particular is something I'm really curious to see.
Yeah, so I have a solution here that I think would work. And the reason why I think it would work is I've seen it almost work in the past. But the reason why it almost worked is because the plan wasn't fully executed. Okay, so every player with a good amount of hours in Last Epoch and 11th hour gaming are pretty much unanimously aware that the part of the two areas of the game that need the most attention are multiplayer and the end game, right? So we understand that. So we have all seen this problem happen before with other titles where the problems with it are very, very obvious. So what the plan that seems to work is, if you get out ahead of it and make promises to fix it quickly and do it well, then usually the community will buy you some time and give you some slack. But the problem is then you have to actually deliver on that. And if you would just deliver on that, then the problem would be solved. So this is what I would do if I was 11th Hour Gaming. 11th Hour Gaming says that they already know that the end game is the part that's lacking. And to some extent, they have tried to reach out to the community to communicate that they know that and that they're working on some stuff. So what I would do is I would schedule within the first week a big Last Epoch stream on the Last Epoch Twitch where we say, you guys bought the game, we released the game, there are some bugs, we know, we're working on them, we'll fix them, we promise, we're doing it, thank you so much. By the way, a lot of you are reaching the end game, and some of you might be like, all right, these monoliths are fun, but I need a little bit more. Perfect. We have 3 patches that we're working on for the end game that are going to release in succession, uber bosses and changes to monoliths, but these aren't just words. Let me show you some things that we're actually doing here, and we're estimating, if things go well, to release it here, so the end game's going to be more fun for you. You do that, and they watch the stream, I guarantee you it works as long as you deliver on it. I don't understand how that doesn't work every time.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. So here's the big ballsy prediction that I'll make. I think it's going to go just about exactly like that. So, knowing what they want to do, I don't know all the details. I don't know really any of the specific details about the 2 expansions, possibly 3 that they have planned. But I know how ambitious they've been in the past, and when they are ambitious, it almost always absolutely nails it. When they get conservative, that's always when they've struggled. Like the gifting, they want to do the gifting stuff instead of trading. Terrible idea. All right, let's scrap that. Let's do this faction system. Amazing, everyone loves it. So as long as they stick to that, the fact that they already know this is a problem and they've already got plans for it, and I don't know anything at all about what the stuff is from the few people that I've talked to that have some sort of insight into it. There's some serious optimism about the plans for that system. And so I think that it may not be the first week, but at some point they're going to come out and say, all right, guys, yeah, we agree and we completely understand and we knew this going in that, our end game wasn't quite where we wanted it to be. Here's what's going to be happening. And I think as soon as they do that, you're right. That's how you nail it. And EHG is, weirdly enough, at least historically, not always, but historically been a lot better about that kind of communication with the communities. They're more like GGG than Blizzard, for example. I think when people see how they handle it, if they handle it the way they have historically, I think it's going to be a big win.
Yeah, I mean, the part that worries me is, and I get it. It's like it's not only the fault of the consumer, but everything at a certain point starts to bleed together, right? So how many people are disgruntled with a certain gaming company, a certain game, maybe even a certain genre, maybe the entire gaming industry as well, where if you don't have an immediate solution for them, they're not going to forgive you, even though it's a new company. You said that they're much better about this stuff than the other companies. How many people are not going to even give them a chance is my question.
Pretty high amount, but they're also not carrying the weight of a massive franchise name. Last Epoch is not a massive franchise, so the expectations of it will be lower, and it hasn't been baited out as being delivered. Like if we're referencing D4, where it's constantly, oh, D4 is coming, bang, here's some more though. D4 is coming, and then bang, released, it's undercooked. Like, hopefully, I would expect Last Epoch, they get to buy themselves a little bit more time because, D4 starts on a deficit where people are already annoyed before the game even really comes out. So they have to either knock it out of the park or fail, basically. Whereas Last Epoch, I mean, I don't really think there's like these massive high expectations. And then there's the also side of it where, I mean, there's some hype around for sure, but like the expectations aren't quite the same. It's also a cheaper game. It's $35. So people aren't out $70 if they buy the game plus whatever early access fee they want to do as well. If 3-day early access for another $20 or what have you, it's $35. And in my opinion, in its current state, without the 1.0 release, it's worth $35. So I think it's a fair value as is.
I think the price point actually makes a huge difference. I think the fact that people are only paying $35 for it is gonna allow them some slack that Diablo 4 didn't have. Also, not being the same magnitude of a name. I agree with you.
And also, I agree the $35 price point is worth it. And I think that the game is generally going to be viewed positively. But the only thing I can think of that would make it not is that the servers just completely shit the bed. But hopefully that doesn't happen. And if it doesn't, I think people are going to see it positively with these. But I wish this was like this, and I wish you had more of that. Which is a very different scenario, I think, than what Diablo 4 jumped into and then made worse. And also, the Blizzard reputation has been tarnished a lot in the last few years, whereas EHG, like DM mentioned, doesn't have that baggage, and in fact, with the community they've had, has a very good, generally very good reputation. They're considered a developer that listens to their community and makes adjustments, and the faction system is an example of that. And so as long as they can kind of keep that trajectory, I do agree with DM. I think they're going to have a lot more runway to explain what they want to do, tell people about it. They're going to admit things that they think are not necessarily the best because they've already done it. I think those are going to be the exact things that people mirror, like the end game. And I think that's going to buy them a lot of credibility. Now, how long they can maintain that, keep that up consistently, consistently say the right things and deliver. At some point, they're going to fail to, and then we'll see how the community reacts to them. But I think they're going to have a pretty long leash here, at least to start with.
Do you think the release date is a rough one, considering it's sort of on the heels of Path of Exile 2?
Oh, you mean because it's coming in June?
Just from like a general perspective, not necessarily saying the game is like dead as soon as PoE 2 comes out or anything, but I am interested to see like how much PoE 2 is going to influence all of the other ARPGs. You know, if they really knock it out, if it's because it seems like they're trying to go more wide with their audience with PoE 2. I know there's some more in-depth systems, but they're trying to make it more accessible. It feels like to all ARPG players.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
Well, I was gonna make a comment on something McFluffin said. So I reached out to someone from EHG about a month ago, and I said, "Hey, have you guys considered something for your launch? Just throwing it super far ahead here. Have you guys considered a pre-patch download? Because some people cannot, like, this happens every time. Like when there's a patch, when you don't give them any time, 12 hours in advance, 24 hours in advance, some people to download the patch, they are sitting there and they are very upset trying to download it, and it never goes well. And this is a little bit different from any other game, Diablo 4, Path of Exile, dropping a new patch, anything like that. This is completely different. As they say, there's only one chance to make a first impression. And if someone pays $35, a fair price, EHG is, they say they're great, and people love that last Epoch. All right, $35 into Steam, here we go. Downloading patch will be ready in 2 hours and 18 minutes. People are automatically already, their first experience is going to be quite negative, even though, you know, it's not really a massive problem. You got to download the patch. But people are very unforgiving with their first opinion, whether it's the pre-patch download or whether it's the server shitting the bed. So I really hope 11th hour this doesn't happen to them, because I do think it's going to immediately lose a lot of faith from the player base if that does not go well. Then just to quickly answer DM's question about what do I think about their timing, I don't know how Last Epoch's timing could have been any better. I think the favor with Blizzard has almost borderline at an all-time low with the Diablo 4 franchise, which is really too bad. And Path of Exile is cooking pretty hard, but Path of Exile is not doing anything super exciting right now. It's several months and people are bored, and it's still cold, it's still winter in some areas, and people are looking for a game to play, and that void is not really being filled. The gauntlet is over. The season this is a great season for Path of Exile. That's also over. It's a month before the next thing comes out. I mean, EHG sneaking in there and getting one entire quality month all to themselves, I don't think you could have possibly painted it any better. That like, you're never going to get better than that, in my opinion.
And I'm pretty sure
I think you're right.
I want to talk about both the things you said there. So the first one, for clarification, what you asked for is something that will not happen. I think you already knew that. Because according to EHG, they technically are incapable of doing it. I don't understand what causes that to be the case, that they can't do a pre-patch, or they claim they cannot do a pre-patch. So we will have the scenario of you will patch 1.0 at the time that it launches. I could definitely see some people getting upset about it. I'm not sure just how bad that's gonna really get. Some people will be really mad, but they get mad about everything. I think the average person will get antsy and maybe a little frustrated if it takes too long, and then like once they start playing it, they'll kind of get over it. As far as the launch date, yeah, the original launch date was actually December, and you might recall that
the
PoE's launch ended up being in December, right?
Yeah,
because that was announced after LE's, and we could get into how I feel about that, but we don't need to. So they announced theirs after, and then EHG decided to push theirs to February, and it really is in that spot to where like D4 couldn't possibly launch their season there because they already knew when they was going to do it. There's no way PoE could get out of League before that, and they already knew when the beta was. So I do think they picked basically the perfect time with what they had available. But yeah, the PoE 2 thing is going to be something to keep track of. I'm super curious how the ARPG landscape is going to look in 6 to 12 months, because I think it's going to look very different than what it did 12 months ago. It already does look different. It's going to look even more different with PoE 2, Last Epoch, Diablo 4's Season 4, I think is going to make some waves. And I think it's great for all of us. Like, all the ARPG players are going to have so many different options. I just have no idea how it's going to ultimately play out. And I don't know, it's kind of fun to me.
Well, that's also just the tip of the iceberg, though, because it's Diablo 4 Season 4. That's going to be a pretty big inflection point in the game where they actually swap all the items out. That's going to be quite significant. Then we got all the seasons from Last Epoch. We got all the seasons from PoE 1. We got the PoE 2 closed beta. But we also have the sequel to Grim Dawn, or the expansion. And then we also have Titan Quest 2. So this year is absolute. And then we have the Diablo 4 expansion in whatever, October or November, whatever it is. So, I mean, this year is absolutely frying.
It's the golden year of ARPGs. It really is.
Like, the only way that we don't have something to play is if every game is a complete catastrophe.
Do you think ARPGs are in their moment like MOBAs were, where they're kind of blowing up, or do you believe it's that ARPGs are ramping over time, since it was sort of the start of the 90s, right? And it's going to continue to become a larger, market share?
Not happening.
I personally think it's to be determined. The biggest question is how many people actually want to play RPGs. This genre tends to skew older. Do D4 and LE start to bring in a younger audience? Do other games start to bring in a younger audience? Is the success of these games going to create more games that maybe are skewed towards a younger audience? Because there's only so many, of us old guys that want to play these games, so they need to bring in fresh blood. And yeah, we'll see how that goes. It's good. It's definitely not like battle royales there, because like battle royales were driven by a young generation. That has not typically been the case for ARPGs. I think it's got plenty of staying power, but just how big it gets is another one of those things I'm always going to be really curious about and going to be fun to watch.
So when I hear your question, DM, I just I get a little smirk on my face, because I think that question is so difficult to answer. That reminds me of when I was getting my math major in college. All of the mathematicians do their homework with the engineers, and we also do our homework with the statisticians. And everyone at the table always makes fun of the statisticians, because the funny thing about stats is you can manipulate your answer to tell whatever story you want to with stats. This is not true in engineering. It's not true in computer programming. It's not true in mathematics. But in stats, you could just show the data a different way to just tell whatever story you want to tell. So that's exactly how I feel when we ask, is this like the golden era of ARPGs? I really think it depends on how you want to describe it. On one hand, this year, certainly right now, we're getting like the most like high quality titles. This might be massive copium, but certainly the Diablo 4 Season 4 and beyond and the expansion have to be better than the Diablo 4 launch. And then PoE 2 is extremely exciting. People love Grim Dawn. People love Titan Quest. People love Last Epoch. So it's a good time from that perspective. And if you look at raw sales, like Diablo 4 shattered a ton of sales records, I believe. So if you look at it from that perspective, then it's dominating. But then you just look at the qualitative thing. And I'm just sitting here, DM, do you feel like you're in the golden era of ARPGs? I mean, you and I have, and McFluffin probably feels the same way. It's have you felt like you've had a ton of godly content to cover lately? I mean, I really haven't. Have you been logging into your stream and had everybody so happy and talking about the golden era of ARPGs lately? About how happy they are and how Diablo 4 is not bad and how they don't want you to play this game or that game instead because they're of the tribalism or this, that. It's I don't feel like I'm in the golden era of anything. I feel like everybody's mad about everything, and I feel like we need a W, and we need a W here soon.
Well, to be fair, my question was phrased more of the aspect of, do you believe the amount of humans playing ARPGs is going to increase, going into 2030 is a better way for me to phrase that. In terms of golden era, I mean, it's hard to tell in the future if things are going to get better, but I actually feel like it's pretty good right now. I feel like we have a number of choices. Path of Exile is in my opinion, quite a great state. Diablo 4 brought in a lot of fresh players. We were just talking about fresh blood. And I believe the overwhelming marketing, since it's, a AAA game with a name behind it, has brought in more players to the genre probably than ever, which are then now experiencing these other games like Last Epoch and Path of Exile. The going meme is that Diablo 4 was the greatest marketing for Last Epoch and Path of Exile of all time. I do feel that a little bit myself. In terms of, do I feel like I have a lot of great content to talk about? I feel like this is the most content I've ever had to talk about.
Really?
Like, yeah, I do. And I'm pretty hopeful for the ARPG genre. I'm not necessarily sure the ARPGs are going to be like what MMOs were at their peak, but I do think that the amount of humans on the planet playing RPGs does seem to be going up, in my current opinion.
Oh yeah, I think the number of gamers, if sorry if I misinterpreted your question, if it's the number of gamers playing games or specifically ARPGs, I think that's only going to go up. I think gaming in general is just always rising, especially sad as enough as it is to say. Like, obviously, as internet gets better, connectivity in the world gets better. But honestly, it's probably because of the advancement of mobile. So many people just play games on their mobile phone that I think I heard a stat. This was a while ago. This stat might even be more skewed than this, but 90% of all gamers, if you took all PC gamers, all Xbox players, all Sony gamers, all of it, and combined it, it only makes up 10% of gamers. 90% of them are on mobile.
The platform is a good point you make, which is, I do believe ARPG is nicely slated to work on multiple platforms. It works pretty well on console. It works pretty well on PC. As mobile continues to increase, ARPGs could go onto mobile platforms decently well. I feel like for the most part, ARPGs will increase in terms of quality of the ARPGs we get. I know that everyone says D2, is kind of the peak of ARPGs, etc. But I think eventually what's going to happen is we're going to see rise of other indie companies, like Last Epoch being an example, that will take the place of what these great companies used to be and will eventually deliver better and better products. In the same way, WoW was the best MMO, and then other MMOs kind of came in there and ate away at the market share, but you need that one big game to come out to sort of blow up the category. That's kind of how I feel about ARPGs, and I'm hoping that Path of Exile 2 is going to be one of those games that blows up the categories and brings more people into the genre. Now, is it going to be the largest? Is it going to be like Battle Royale, where everyone from the middle-aged guy with an Xbox to the 14-year-old kids playing Fortnite? Probably not. But it definitely seems like it's less niche than it used to be.
Yeah, on the point of it being the golden age, I definitely would agree. I think very few people would say we're in the golden age like this moment. But the argument that if there's going to be a golden age of ARPGs would be these next 6-9 months or so kind of kick it off. Right? Ellie, I guess, would be technically the catalyst. Not the catalyst, that's not even the right word, but the starting point. Like, it'd be the first one. If it's really good, now there's 3 games in the genre that are considered competitive live service games that people generally like. And then if season 4 D4 is really good, like we hope it's gonna be, and all of a sudden that game it gets lifted up to be more optimistic, and then PoE 2 comes out and it crushes it, and now there's 4 games because you have PoE 1, PoE 2. Now you have 4 live service games that people are legitimately trying to figure out which ones they want to play the most. That's where you start to say, okay, maybe this is a golden age, if for no other reason than the options that people have that are all high quality choices that they can choose to play in the genre.
Yeah, I think I agree with that sentiment, and I think what DM was saying about having this turning point with a massive game, I almost think like it would be an interesting question. Like, what's more valuable, having several high quality choices, or having one revolutionary ARPG? And I think I'm definitely in the camp of just getting one that's absolutely revolutionary. I think if PoE 2 is just like the greatest thing ever, it's like actually so godly that you can't even believe it, I think that does actually more than if Grim Dawn, Last Epoch, they're all pretty good. We like those games. Because, like, look at Palworld, for example. Like, what has Palworld done? All the kids in schools have been usually begging their parents for a PlayStation for Christmas. And what happens right after Christmas? Power World rises to, it was number 2 highest concurrent playership of all time of any game. At one point, I don't know if it reached number 1, and it's on Xbox Game Pass. So now all of a sudden, all the little kids who begged their mom and dad for Christmas come home crying because Sally has an Xbox and she can play Power World, and the PlayStation people can't. I mean, it was such a worldwide phenomenon that what has that done for that genre? Like, a lot. Like, I think we're still waiting for that moment to come again. I think Diablo 2 was the last one I can really remember that had that kind of impact.
Yeah, I think it's arguable that if Diablo 4 had been, let's say, the best ARPG ever made. Let's say Diablo 4 knocked it out of the park. It was the best ARPG ever created, and it was fundamentally everywhere was extremely positive about it. It probably would have been better for all ARPGs as a whole. If this had been some sort of, you really need a flagship game. The problem is Path of Exile, while it's probably the best ARPG, in my opinion, ever made, it's not exactly a flagship of the genre where everyone can get behind it, especially people that have never been in the genre before. It's a hard sell, even if it's the best. So it would have been revolutionary, is the word you used, I think would have been great, if Diablo 4 had been innovative, had been obviously the best ARPG ever. I think all ARPGs with, high waters lift all ships type of situation with that one. We need that still for the ARPG category.
Not happening.
Yeah, I 100% agree, and I actually think this is a problem with PoE 2. Not that it won't be a great game. I think it's going to be an absolutely great game. But I don't know how you marry that game, the style of what PoE 1 is, to your hardcore audience, your regular audience for that game, with a casual audience enough to move that kind of needle. I just don't think it's possible to make that game friendly enough to people that don't normally play the genre and bring them in and get them hooked. I think it's more of a game that needs a stepping stone, like a D4, to really get into it.
The game that manages to pair that will be the WoW of the ARPG scene. Like the game that manages to have complete depth and complexity, as well as easy enough to understand for people to get into without scaring them away. That's what the genre needs, and that's part of what I said in my very first impression of Last Epoch. Is part of the reason I like the game. I feel like it has pretty decent depth of character builds, but doesn't feel very intimidating, which I think is its best feature.
Yeah, I think if I was on the PoE 2 team and you had to marry those two ideas, it needs to be much more accessible to new players while still having the complexity that our player base loves. I think it's very hard. It's very hard to do that. Is thinking about it from that perspective, I would approach that problem like almost backwards. I would sit down in the boardroom, and instead of saying that, I would say, what are your best ideas for trading? What's your best idea for an end game progression? What is your best idea for item progression? We have the 6 links. You don't know one thing that drives me crazy? I can solve this problem much easier than the average person playing Path of Exile. Like, I can figure it out. But can you imagine like a casual Path of Exile player who levels up a gem to level 6 and then finds a better hat, puts the hat on, and you don't have enough dexterity to use the gem? Imagine them just sitting there. How would you fix it? Well, I want to wear this new hat, but I don't really know too much about the crafting bench. I don't know too much about respecking, and I don't have very many points. I don't even know that there's a 30 dex node in the tree. There are so many things like that where a pro player just cannot understand how difficult that would be for the average person, that the systems, like, it'd make it so hard for anybody to come on in there. But I think the starting point for approaching that problem is, give me the best system that you have, and then check. Does it have depth? And is it very easy for a new player to ingratiate themselves with? And if it isn't, then you make adjustments. But I think a lot of the people have like I've heard it, like I've heard it in like development talks. They have like this backwards idea of, okay, we want to start with a system that's really, really easy for beginners. Okay, there it is. Now we got to make it complicated. How do we do that? I just don't think that works at all.
Interested if making complex games as AI gets better. Imagine you have, you know how we have a help menu where you can go in Last Epoch and it explains everything for you. Imagine you have that same circumstance you're talking about with the helmet, where you can't wear it because of Dex, and then fucking Clippy from Microsoft Word here pops up and says, hey, just so you know, like, here's how this helmet works. And then you have an AI bot that explains to you, that's programmed under this stand the game better than any of us, and basically put us as creators out of business, that's integrated into the game, like ChatGPT, and teaches these games to people. Because otherwise, how do you get complexity in the game and teach it to people in an easy to understand manner? I don't know how you mirror that.
You could actually, you could take it to a more extreme than that. You could just have an AI there just that you can just talk to. So, for example, you find a helmet, and let's take D3, PoE, Diablo 4, Last Epoch. I think they all Torchlight. I think they all have the same problem. The tooltip of your skill is not accurate. It doesn't consider all the factors. It doesn't actually know what's a DPS upgrade or what isn't. Like, one of the worst ways to determine an upgrade for you is to look at your character sheet info in like every single game ever made. But what if AI, you could just talk to him and you could just say, hey, is this helmet better for me? And then it just analyzes your entire build, all the buffs, all the skills that you're using. And oh, yes, because you have this skill up with this much cooldown, you have 54% uptime here. This is an effective EHP or an EHP increase of 17% while only being a 1.7 damage decrease. So yes, you should wear that item. I mean, AI could definitely get that good.
Would that ruin the game a bit for you, though? Considering the fact that that's solving the puzzle for me is part of the reason why I play these games blind on purpose.
Well, here is my opinion. I have the same opinion on everything AI. Here's just my basic take on that. AI is going to happen. People keep saying things like, AI can only copy stuff, Rax. You don't know how AI works. Guys, like 150 years ago, we didn't have planes and cars and, we didn't land on the moon. What do you think we're going to be able to do in 150 years? We are unlocking the potential of AI. I think AI is going to rule pretty much everything. I think that's what's going to happen. I don't have any idea how that's not going to happen. It's really just a function of time. So, the question is it going to ruin the experience for me? I think if I am a person that just sits here and doesn't try to embrace the inevitable change that's happening as much as I can, then the rest of my life is going to be absolutely miserable. So my personal answer to that question would be, I'm going to try my best to like AI and make it work for me as I see it continue to rule our world. I don't think there's any other scenario that's going to happen.
Rex, you can tell your audience that I do know how AI works, and it is not just copying things.
Okay, well, there you go. McFluffin's always right, by the way. You heard it here, guys.
I'm not always right, but I try only to talk when I know something. And my master's was pretty heavily focused on neural networks.
Okay, so masters in neural networks, guys. It's not just copying things. Well, here's the question. How do you feel about my assessment of AI's potential, McFluffin? Am I way off here, or do you expect something similar to happen?
Is it inevitable that AI eventually gets to the point where it basically does everything for us? Is that kind of the question?
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's inevitable, but I would say it's likely. There are some things that still need to be solved, but I don't think they're unsolvable. And when they do, the closer it gets to human ability to process and learn, while also having no physical limitations, like biological limitations, it can actually, send signals at the speed of light instead of the speed of chemicals. It's hard to imagine that at some point it doesn't do just about everything that we do. How far away we are from that is the big question. As anyone who's played around with ChatGPT can can attest to, it still has a lot of issues, and it still learns in very weird ways that they're not very natural as far as like a human way of learning, and create just answers that oftentimes don't make sense, and 3 arms on people, and it's just kind of just weirdness. So there's a lot still to get over. Like if you tried to get an AI right now to tell you how to make a build in LE, it will probably tell you to make a lava burst shaman, which does not exist. There's no such thing as a lava burst shaman. But at some point, it should be able to take the information that is in real time and also make, relatively rational decisions on that, and also analyze it the way you're saying in a way that we are just not capable of because we don't have that capacity. Just our hardware is not like that, and do those sorts of things. Like there's no reason to think that it can't someday do that.
Is it telling you to make a lava burst shaman, for instance? What is it about it that is making it incapable of coming up with something that does actually work?
Yeah, so what a lot of the AIs seem to do is make up shit. Like they just make up shit. There's no such thing as a lava burst shaman in LE.
World of Warcraft, excuse me.
There is in World of Warcraft, right? There's a lava burst shaman in World of Warcraft. So it's like it takes information that it gets from other areas and it melds them together, and it doesn't seem to know that it can't do that. That that's just not an option. Another thing that I've heard of neural networks doing is just truly making up like laws. Like there's a case that happened where an attorney decided to use ChatGPT to like basically write his entire case, and it made up laws and made up sources for the laws, and they didn't double check it, and they actually presented it to a judge, and they're like, what is this? This isn't even real. So you can't trust them to tell you something that's accurate. It's not because they're intentionally lying to you, it's they don't understand the difference. They've pulled this information, and so they use it, or they pulled something that's kind of like it, and they just sort of like jumble it together, and it just doesn't actually work. So it's something that has to be solved if they're gonna be able to do something like tell you to make a build. Well, you have to know that what it's analyzing and then spitting back out is accurate information, not just something they decide to make up to like appease you.
You feel like the technology of having to actually be able to analyze and process that out, as opposed to, as you're saying, mix up other information, is fairly far away still? I'm just curious. I mean, we don't have to talk about this. I know it's far away from RPGs, but you have a master's in it, so I am curious.
I'm happy to talk about this stuff. I think it's a lot of fun. I have a master's in stuff that deals with this because I thought it was really interesting. I think it's hard to tell because the speed at which like the Chat GPT and whatnot and all these things are growing seems to be pretty fast, and that should be expected because they are considered in their infancy. And if you remember when computation was in its infancy, there was a point where it just grew insanely fast, exponentially fast, and did for years. So it's really hard to tell kind of how these things are going to grow. And the other thing that a lot of people don't realize is they're black boxes. Like neural networks, you feed them information, and then you train them on the information, and then from that they learn how to answer properly most of the time. But exactly what happened inside it systemically, what connections they made to cause it, we don't understand it. We understand it in a baseline, just the way we understand how it works in brains, but we don't really know how all your neurons firing cause everything to happen. That's true for neural networks as well. So to know what changes you need to make in order to make a neural network do the things that you want it to do could be a challenge that they can't solve for a while. It's just so hard to say.
So is the part of we don't understand, is that the part, because earlier you said that, it's just copying things and that's not the way it works. So if we're taking the inputs, like if I input someone's copyrighted material into it to teach it, is it the fact that it gets kind of blurred around in there, we don't know what's happening, is what makes it an original product? Or I'm curious about how exactly because you seem to have a strong opinion on that one. And
yeah, it's not
really
it's not purely copying, right? It's taking information and then using it. But we do that too. We read books, we read essays, we watch TV, and then from them we create ideas, and we come up with answers and opinions. They're not purely new. It's not something that we just came up with out of the blue. We could say it's copying, but that's not what copying means, right? It's not that it's not influenced by anything. It's not what we're meaning by copying is it's not a one for one. There's something different about it. And when neural networks take that information and process it, they don't usually come out with exactly the same thing that they had as an input. So there's some sort of, call it creativity. You could call it a lot of things. There's something that's happening there that's not a pure copy. Oftentimes they can be very heavily influenced by specific sources to where it's not as far away as you'd like, but it still will be different in some way.
That's pretty interesting, Larry. Thanks for explaining that to me. I know we're pretty far off ARPGs, but I was just kind of curious.
Yeah, no worries.
We've talked about titty streamers and moose and AIs. Mooses, Mises.
We're all over the place.
It's not the way I thought it would go, but I'm liking it.
All right, who's got the next hot take conversation point then? There you go. Where are we moving on to next?
I'm going to actually take a 1-minute break. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Not happening.
Is the moose still out there?
Nah, he pissed off. I
Never
don't know where he
liked
went. Stomping on something.
How do you like the new place?
Man, it's really nice, man. I'm used to like kind of shitty apartments, so living in like a house it's a pretty big difference. Like I actually have a dishwasher, so I don't have to just wash my McDonald's cups by hand. I can put them in the dishwasher, you know what I mean?
Hell yeah.
Very good.
That's a huge upgrade. So I know that you were thinking about potentially purchasing a house when the finances got better. So are you renting right now?
Yeah, I'm renting. I'm renting a spot. We need more room because like I lived in a 0-bedroom cabin, right? So like it doesn't really work for both of us working. So we needed a new spot, which is why I'm renting a house and signed it for 6 months just to be here for a bit and then try to figure out what the plan is. I would like to get a home at some point and be part of the illustrious homeowner, but you know, the prices are like a meme. I don't understand how people are supposed to afford homes. So I'm kind of waiting.
And they keep going up. The best way to gain money is to own land and real estate, man. So it's keeps spiraling.
Yeah, I know. I don't really know what to do about it, to be honest with you. So I'm just kind of ignoring the problem at the moment. I hope it goes away.
Yeah. That's the thing that we're running out of two things all the time. We're running out of space and we're running out of time.
I guess it's better than running out of food and oxygen.
Well, those are probably next.
Yeah, eventually. When you run out of space, eventually you run out of food, right?
Yeah. So do you think now you seem very happy with it? Could you see yourself being there longer than 6 months?
Alaska?
Well,
I mean,
either Alaska or your current new place.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I will be fine here for as long as I need to be here. But, like, my end goal is not changed, which is to get out of Alaska. So the unhappiness of the circumstance is only dictated by the climate in which I exist. It's not necessarily the physical cube that I live in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Too easy.
Where have you decided where you would like to go? I know you mentioned California before.
I like the climate of California, but I mean, speaking of not being able to afford shit, dude, like, you seen the taxes over there, my dude. Anywhere I move is going to be a pay downgrade unless I go to another state that does not have income tax. Because in Alaska, we do not have income tax. So I'm pretty much stuck to 9 different states, and I've been looking into them. But I mean, a lot of the options I'm not interested in. Everyone tells me move to Texas, but it's like, look, talk about one extreme to the other. Like, I'm sick of the cold. I'm a ginger. If I go to Texas, like, I'm going to lose layers of skin per day. I'm going to be like a lizard out there molting. So I'm not necessarily a fan of going to somewhere, you know, like that either. I might as well move to the surface of the sun. So I'm trying to figure out where to go.
Well, Texas, so I was born there. My family lives there. I've been there a million times. Texas is very, very hot, and you are going to burn to death. But I think Texas, from tip to tip, is 512 miles. So that's a lot of latitude. So what I'm saying is, northern Texas, like in the Dallas area, is going to be, you know, several degrees colder than McAllen, Texas, at the bottom on the border. So
Isn't several degrees lower than 300 degrees Fahrenheit still pretty high, though, is my problem?
I think you get under the boiling point though, so that might do something for you. But yeah, I mean, it's not going to be a huge difference. But Texas is, if you're in northern Texas, it's not always an oven. Like in the winter, it can get down to what, maybe 440 degrees or something.
In the winter?
In the winter, yeah.
Oh, Jesus, bro. That's motorcycle weather.
Yeah, I know. You want to ride motorcycles. I mean, they have air conditioning, man. It's okay.
Yeah, imagine having air conditioning in the home. That's weird.
Yeah.
I have lived in 2 places in Texas. They were both really hot, but they weren't super northern. Houston was actually super southern, and then I was in Killeen, which is fairly close to Austin. So
Well,
it's pretty hot. Yeah.
Yeah. Don't move to Houston. You're gonna lose your house to a hurricane. Don't move there.
There's like 1,200 reasons not to move to Houston.
Don't live in Houston. Dallas is fine. Fort Worth is fine. Austin is fine. San Antonio is fine. New Braunfels is fine. Waco is fine. But not Houston.
Agreed. Not Houston.
Everyone says move to Austin. Every time I'm talking about moving there, it's like, go to Austin. It's like, I
Austin
think
is a
that's just-
fantastic city, in my opinion.
Oh, really?
I'd live in
Yeah.
Austin.
You live in
So what
Austin
is it
currently?
about Austin?
I would. I lived about 45 minutes from it. We used to we would go there to like hang out. Like that's the place to go to do cool things. It's just a cool like cultural city with lots of things, and it's just nice.
It's a very nice city. It doesn't have super high crime. It's affordable. There's a lot of different things to do. It's got a. Is Austin an international airport?
Not happening.
It has a pretty major airport. I can't remember if it's international or not. It's only a couple hours away from the Gulf and beaches. It has godly Mexican food. It's very close. It's like kind of in the middle of Dallas and San Antonio. You can take trips to Mexico. I mean, Austin is pretty
Chipotle.
sick, man. There's Chipotle there. They have
You guys
Taco
are really selling
Palenque there.
really selling me on this.
No income taxes. Austin is pretty goated, man.
Yeah, I'd have no problem living there long term.
Well, speaking of you were talking about, crime is low. Here's a fact for you. I live in the highest violent crime rate place in all of the U.S.
Wow.
Is
It's
that
the number one.
Is that because the police officers have to ride like little snowmobiles and it takes forever to get to a crime scene, or what?
Yeah, it's
I
because
lived
Balto sleeps at night, and that's when all the crime happens, so you can't get on the sled dog to get around.
That makes sense. Is it Anchorage you live in, or is it somewhere else?
Just outside, yeah. Just outside of Anchorage.
Yeah, I don't think I could live in Alaska. I do really bad with winters, especially if they're gray
Not happening.
and there's not a lot of light. And my understanding is that Alaska is not good for that.
Yeah, it's so bad up here. We literally have a disease that happens during the winter called seasonal affective disorder that makes everyone sad. And it's
Yeah,
literally...
I've got that, and something
Yep.
worse as well. So
Yep.
I really have to stay out of those areas.
Yeah, it's not good for me. I have to basically inject vitamin D straight into my blood in order to have any chance at survival.
Oh yeah, I'm on vitamin D, and I'm on a dopamine reuptake inhibitor as well to deal with it.
Yep.
I'm non-functional if I don't have those in the wintertime. Even in warmer climates, for whatever reason, it's pretty bad.
I know exactly what you're talking about, brother. It's an issue.
Yep.
I mean, it's just too cold. That's my reason. I ain't never living there.
There's also that. I remember woke up a couple weeks back and it was negative 37. And I thought, you know what? Fuck this place.
It wasn't that cold here, but if you can believe it, in Nebraska, like, there was one day that we had last month, it was like negative 24. And we're in Nebraska. We're many, 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 many latitudes lower. And we still got negative 24. I'm like, wow.
Yeah, that's pretty cold, man. I mean, Nebraska gets cold weather for sure.
That's cold. I'm colder than I want to be now, and I don't get that cold.
To be honest, I don't mind like seasonal weather. The high temperatures is one thing, but cold temperatures, okay, I'll just hide inside with my heater. My problem is the longevity of it. So in the winter, you get like 8 months of winter, 9 months of winter. Like that's too much fucking winter. I don't mind that it exists. I just hate that it exists all of the time.
I would be okay if I never saw winter or experienced winter ever again in my life. I hate it. I hate everything about it. It's one of those things. Oh, Rax, you would miss it if you didn't have it. Wrong. I would not miss it at all. If it was 100 every day and I could go swimming every day, I would be happy as a clam. I don't
100?
need
Bro, I can't do 100, bro. No, 80 degrees is about as hot before I start getting like you get above 80, every degree becomes an exponential level of pain.
Yeah, okay, so Texas is out. 80 is like the warm up, man.
Yeah.
75 is perfect. That's where I want to be. Give me 75 degrees with a mild, cool breeze. That's absolute perfection for me.
You need to move to like the Oregon coast or something, or like to San Diego or something.
Or maybe have 2 homes, a summer and a winter. That sounds like what you need.
Oh yeah, so just a quick $5 million, and I'm sure it'll be no problem.
No problem.
Do you having trouble buying 1 home? Solution: buy 2 homes. 5 head.
There it is. No problem.
Yeah.
I lived in Phoenix for a number of years. That's actually my favorite place. I would go back there in a heartbeat, even though it's got really hot winters or really hot summers. I loved Phoenix.
Yeah, it's just not humid there at all.
No, it's like 115 degrees is still 115. Like you're still in an oven, but it's not for that long. And you just do the AC instead of like the heater those days, and then the winters are just amazing.
I'll tell you what though, like while we're talking about heat for a moment. So I've been to Mexico many times. Like my family's from there. I've been there 20 times. And it's hot, right? Don't get me wrong. It's hot in Mexico and it's hot in Texas. But man, if you go to the Caribbean and you actually get close to the equator, like you go outside and let's say it's 90, right? 90 is hot, right? Well, if the sun is directly above you and it's 90, it feels like it's 190. Like the sun just hits you completely differently, and it's like, okay, am I going to die being out here? Like, am I already dead? Like, and I love hot weather, but if you take one step out of the ocean, you just instantly vaporize.
Yeah, I haven't experienced that. All right, go ahead.
No, you go. I want to hear.
I was just saying I have not experienced that yet. Like it sounds pretty bad. If it's bad for me at DM, I can only imagine what that'd be like for you.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm being completely honest, secretly I did love it. It was fun, but I actually just straight up couldn't believe it. Like I got outside, and I took a vacation with my mom actually, and she loves the heat as well. And so we got out, and I just took a look at her, and she looked at me. I was like, oh my God! Like we're actually landed in hell. It's unbelievable. You got to go give it a try. Okay. Let me tell you one more thing about it. So,
go.
I cannot burn, right? Like I don't get sunburned. I'm pretty immune to that, right? So, we were warned before we went to Turks and Caicos. Before we go to Turks and Caicos, you should go tanning. Like in a tanning salon for like a month, just to like warm up, because when you get there, you're gonna get cooked, right? You're gonna get fried. Like, don't take this lightly. Trust us. So we actually listened. We went. I went 10 times. I bought the 10 round package. I felt like an absolute piece of shit. I hope there weren't any cameras of people watching me do this, but I actually did it. I'm like, all right, because when I get there, I want to just be outside all the time and have fun, right? So I did that, and then I went there outside, and I was outside the first day for like 4 hours, and it torched me. So I'm not someone who burns, and I warmed up with the tanning 10-trip package before going, and I still got burned. So
you feel like paying for 10 visits of tanning was the worst use of your money in your life?
It was pretty bad, man. It's not something that I'm proud of. Not something that I'm proud of at all. But yeah, so if you ever go there, be very afraid. There's no amount of fear that's appropriate.
If you don't burn, then I'm pretty sure that DM and I need to just stay really far away from there. Because I'm assuming DM is like me, and because I definitely burn. It sounds like I just wouldn't survive.
Yeah, you just gotta wear a long sleeve shirt just to protect your skin from the sun.
Not happening.
In a hoodie to protect my face.
Take the hoodie, and it's like the hottest environment ever, and you have a hoodie on. With the hoodie on, you die, and with the hoodie off, you die. So.
Oh,
Not happening.
it seems reasonable.
Dude, speaking of hoodies, the Maxroll hoodies I see what you were talking about. They're extremely thick.
They're thermal. Yeah.
Yeah, they are a thick boy, which is perfect in the winter because I've just been wearing the hoodie out like it's a jacket, and it basically keeps me warm. Good. It was a good use of a hoodie scent. I've been using it quite a bit.
Yeah, I was like, when I first got my hoodie, obviously I want the exact opposite. I'm a very like warm-blooded individual, and I sit indoors with a hoodie on, with the hoodie up. So I want my hoodies to be thin. I want them to be not thermal. And I put on the Maxroll hoodie. I'm like, well, that's the end of my life. We need to send these to DM so we can survive. And need to send these to DM in Alaska. They're perfect for him. He's gonna love these.
Yeah, when I put my hoodie back on, I was like, man, I see what Rax is talking about. Like my hoodie is way, way thinner.
Yeah, I got yours on, and yours is so much easier for me to stream on. And plus, I love making fun of the RMTers in mobile games. I just love the message.
Well harder, baby. I got a whale behind me. Check it out on the wall right here. I got a giant whale icon and my loot box chest icon for the channel. It's fucking perfect.
God, that's so good.
That's great.
You guys, either of you guys, random change of topic here before I'm sure we're about to end it here, but I got a random change of topic for you.
Yeah.
Just have either of you guys played Helldivers 2 at all?
I watch mods play it. It looks fun, but I have not played it.
I haven't either.
Highly recommend if you're looking for something to do. Hashtag not an ad, by the way. If you're looking for something to do, like big chilling on the couch, play co-op with somebody, like drink a beer and chill, that game has been... That's what I'm playing currently when I'm not streaming. I'm playing Helldivers 2. Really fun.
Is it on the PlayStation 5?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I just got a PS5 for Final Fantasy Remake. I literally bought it just for that game.
Yeah, the girlfriend's into that game. So we're ordering it also. Did you get the collectors, or did you get the digital deluxe, or which version you ordering?
The digital deluxe doesn't really give you anything. It gives you like a soundtrack or something. So I just got the regular one. It didn't give me anything. That I already have all the Final Fantasy music in my Spotify playlist. We listen to it all day anyway, so I don't know what that's gonna do for me. But I have a problem. Like I installed my PlayStation. I went to the store and I typed in Final Fantasy, and it said, would you like to buy for your PS5 Final Fantasy 1, 2, 3, 7 Remake? The new 7 Remake? Would you like Final Fantasy 10? And I was like, yes. Then I checked my bank account and I can't eat for a month, but I have all the Final Fantasies though.
Congratulations. The piano mini game, and I played the demo, the piano mini game where you have to do like the Guitar Hero shit on Final Fantasy is fucking awesome.
Really?
It's really good. They have a demo you can play. I don't know if you played the demo yet, but of the new one that's coming out.
Oh, I also bought Final Fantasy 16. That came out this year, and it was like in the contention for Game of the Year, right? I got that now, so I'm going to play that, obviously.
Yeah, last year's Game of the Year was highly, highly competitive. What was your Game of the Year? For me, it was Remnant 2 was my Game of the Year, in my opinion.
I didn't play Remnant 2. Yeah, there were a lot of them, right? It was like between Hogwarts, Tears of the Kingdom, Final Fantasy 16, Diablo 4,
Accessibility Award nomination.
Baldur's Gate 3. Well, it depends on how you want to grade it. If you want me to grade it as a critic, probably the best game was Baldur's Gate 3. If you want me to grade it just on Rax, the game that I spent hundreds and hundreds, maybe 1,000 hours in, was Tears of the Kingdom. I mean, if I wouldn't lose all of my viewers. I would literally just fire up Tears of the Kingdom and play it 18 hours a day. I just love Zelda. I can play that game all day long with almost no cooldown, no breaks, nothing. I built the most insane, flying ships. I got to the point where I could farm the Lionel Arena without taking a single point of damage. It's just, I don't know, man. To me, it's just so fun to run around and play Zelda. I have a problem. It's a disorder or something.
I've actually never played Zelda. I don't have a Switch.
You don't have a Switch to play Tears of the Kingdom?
Tears of the Kingdom, yeah. I've watched people play it. I like to watch YouTuber Doug do stupid shit with it, but I've never actually played it myself. I would love to, but it does require a Switch, so that's a problem.
It would, yeah, that's like minimum 500 hours of your life gone.
It looks like it. Like, it's watching other people play. Like, yeah, I would probably play that way too much.
It's way too fun, man. I didn't play Remnant 2. I didn't really look into it, so I can't comment on that game intelligently.
That's like what you're saying is a critic or Rax review. Like for me, that's just my DM's personal favorite was Remnant 2. That game was fucking goated, but yeah, it's pretty hard to not give it to Baldur's Gate 3. I feel like this year's going to have some pretty good options as well. Yeah, last year was like just stacked with competitive games from a critic point of view.
Are we getting GTA 6 this year? Or is it 2025?
I think it's like 26.
26?
What?
I think so. I think it's a few years out now.
Jesus. Well, I guess in a few years I know which game I'm covering for my career.
Oh, that was 2025. My bad.
Okay, never mind. I guess next year I know what I'm covering.
Yeah, I actually couldn't play Baldur's Gate. I started to play it. I could see how great it was. I got to I don't know, I got maybe an hour or two into the game, but it was just too slow for me. It's a great game. I get why people love it. I could give it the nod for Game of the Year. It's just too slow. I can't do it, man.
Yeah, watch my wife play it. She really enjoys it, but I got to be in the mood for turn-based combat.
Yeah, true. I liked it because I played D&D in real life, so it kind of was enjoyable from that perspective. But I did the same thing. Like I didn't beat it all the way or anything. So it was like, oh, this is fun. But yeah, I'm not going to spend hundreds of hours on this one.
Yeah, the game that I just log in and I don't even think about it as a game. I just log in and play, and that's my existence is Tears of the Kingdom. So fun, man. Everything is so fun. So much content, so many things to do. I haven't done everything in the game. I've done a lot of it, and I've spent hundreds of hours blasting efficiently. I still haven't done everything. Crazy game.
Survival craft games. It's like Pal World was very much up my alley. I love those guys.
Don't ask her about the diamond.
Yeah, in my Pal World is great. Like I beat Pal World. I have everything. I got my Jetragon with all the right passives, and I have my 35 Anubises and 3 bases. I got everything. But I think Tears of the Kingdom is far better than Pal World, like by a massive margin.
I wouldn't have guessed you were such a Zelda Andy. That's actually surprising for me.
I love those games, man. Zelda and Final Fantasy, I have absolutely no self-control. Like I got the PlayStation, I saw Final Fantasy in the store. I know a lot of those games almost by heart. Like I am the walkthrough for those Final Fantasy games. Like I spent a lot of my childhood gaming, man. Love those games.
Final Fantasy also coming to PC?
I think they said that no other platform will have it until like June, so you might get it like 4 months later.
Got it. And in June we'll be playing PoE 2 anyway.
Yeah.
Golden Age?
Golden Age, baby.
I mean, in terms of the releases, let's see how they go. I mean, we already know how Last Epoch, barring any server issues or a catastrophe on patch 1.0, should be pretty solid. So Last Epoch did their thing. Let's see how Grim Dawn 2 does. The big question mark for me is how good is Diablo 4 Season 4 going to be? I can tell you something. this is not copium. This is just me reporting somebody else's opinion. So this isn't even my opinion, but the temperature within Blizzard, within the Diablo 4 team, is they are quite confident in Diablo 4 Season 4. They are not worried. They are confident, which honestly kind of surprises me. But yeah.
Isn't it the team that did Season 2 is doing Season 4? So I mean, don't we have a little bit of like copium that we can use for that?
They're feeling, yeah, I mean, maybe. Yeah, I mean, they're feeling confident. They're feeling good. So I've talked to a couple
You know what
of
they
people.
say? Confidence is a slow and insidious killer, my friend.
Well, true.
I'm personally not too worried about Season 4. It's Season 5, 6, 7. What they do there. I think Season 4, they'll get a lot of positivity, but if they don't continue to fix other issues, it's going to be short-lived.
Not happening.
Yeah.
For me, I'm 100% worried about just Season 4. Because if they do an item remake and then the item remake blows, then I have zero confidence in them anymore for anything. If they can't fix the items, then I don't care about the other problems because I know they can't fix them anyway, so I'm done. That's pretty much my opinion on it. Plus, I think that's pretty much everyone's opinion. Like, if they deliver a bad season for the one that is like the most important of basically all of the seasons, it's going to be pretty hard for anyone to care after that.
It's a true statement.
Completely agree with that. I just don't think it's going to be bad itemization.
Hopefully,
Well, it can't get worse, right? How could it get worse?
Damage on Tuesdays could become a real stat, Rax. Don't ask how can it get worse, man. Come on, you can't throw that out into the
Then
void.
you just play on Tuesdays. It's fine. You play once a week.
I don't even think we can get players to play once a week at this point. I don't even think we can get them on Tuesdays.
You give enough damage on Tuesdays, maybe they do play.
Leaderboards? Question mark. Are you logging in for leaderboard? Did you see that they announced leaderboard date again and then took it down again? They announced 27th and then they took it down again.
Yep.
Yeah, there was actually, I don't think I'm allowed to share this. There's actually an unfortunate reason why that happened. It was more like one person royally fucked up there. That was not supposed to happen. It wasn't like that mishap was not exactly as you would think it happened, but the public's not going to care, and they're not going to care what.
You talking about
Blizzard's
the first or the second one? You talking about the 27th one or the 13th one?
Well, actually, believe it or not, it's actually. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to tell you what happened. I don't know. I don't want to get in trouble, but believe it or not, both of them should have never happened. Neither of those dates should have been announced. It was two separate mess ups by people within the. I mean, if you actually heard the story about how it happened, you would probably laugh. But it doesn't matter because the public is not going to believe Blizzard, and they're not going to care. So they didn't actually explain why, and I don't think they should because they're not going to believe them. But it's actually kind of funny how it happened. But they definitely need to tighten up their internal communications or whatever.
Let me ask you this, Rix. You can probably answer this. Was whoever fucked those up, did they have anything to do with the video where they did all the math a few months ago?
So that was just I think that one, again, I talked to Blizzard on that one. That was actually what the internet thought it was. The internet thought it was like some intern making a video. I think that's actually what it was.
You gotta be kidding.
That was the one time that the internet got it right. If I remember correctly. I think that one was actually just what the internet accused them of. But no, you would be surprised if you heard how the other two dates went. It was I don't know. It's just kind of it's unfortunate, but it certainly doesn't look good. Oh, I got a legendary idol? I didn't even know these were a thing.
There are
Rats.
3 legendary idols currently. Which one do you
Okay.
get?
Are any of them good?
One of them's good.
Which one?
The one that gives you more armor and increased cold and fire damage as you're hitting rares and bosses.
Yeah, that one. That's the one I got. Yep.
Must be nice. How much do they pay you?
Just kidding. I got Singularity. Sounds like it sucks.
Singularity is the one that should be good, but they didn't listen when we told them the numbers were too low, and so it's useless.
All right. Thanks for letting me down easy.
No problem.
Did you see me, DM? Did you see me in the gauntlet, by the way? 6 link with 1 fusing.
Yeah, bro, I saw that horse channel I talk about because like my character was on a 4-link the entire time. By the way, even going into maps. So I saw that everyone was spamming like, "Oh, Rax got the 1-link," and I'm like, "Yeah, you know what? I don't need to see this." But and I'm pretty sure that if someone was saying you got a Mage Blood and a Headhunter drop in Gauntlet, I would have believed that too. So all I know is that it must be nice to have friends in there at GGG, but these RNG drop rates are abnormal at best. I'm beyond salty.
I remember, like, for a few days straight, I would, like, open YouTube, and then the front page, it would be, oh my god, it's Rax, oh my god, I got Mage Blood, oh my god, I got a second one, oh my god, I got a 7th one. I'm like, what is happening over there?
You want to know the thing that I can't say on the internet that no one would believe me? Some of the people actually did the math. They actually posted it somewhere on the PoE Reddit that actually my luck was really bad. But everyone was just focused on... Well, think about it this way, though. So, okay, in total, I can't remember. Let's say 7 Mage Bloods. I think it was 6. Let's just say it's 7. I got 7 Mage Bloods and 2 Headhunters, right? Okay, so let's round up. Let's say every Mage Blood
Let's round up.
Yeah, we're going to round up here. Let's say every Mage Blood's worth 200 Divine. They aren't. They're worth, like... Now they're not worth anything, but... Let's just say they're worth 200 Divine. So that's 7. So that's... What, 1,400 Divine from the Mage Bloods. And then the Headhunters are maybe 150, that's 2, that's 300. That's 1,700 Divine of drops for playing for a month, right? Okay, but now consider this, though. The mathematics would tell you that for every 20 sacred orbs that you find, you should find 1 mirror. It's like a universally accepted number. 20 sacred orbs, you should get 1 mirror. I ended the league with 90 sacred orbs, and I have 0 mirrors. So I should have gotten 800 divine times 4.5, which is a hell of a lot more than 1,700, even if I found 0 T0 belts, and I didn't find a single mirror.
I'm supposed to believe, Rax, that you got unlucky because you didn't get every item in the entirety of Path of Exile in your first league. What the fuck are we talking about?
Here's
There's
what
an
I'm...
important follow-up question. The person who did the math for you, Rax, were they an intern for Blizzard?
So here's what I'm saying, DM. I'm saying if you would clear as many rifts or whatever maps as I did, again, an infinite number of times, on average, you would get, 3 times as many divine orbs as I did.
Not happening.
If you cleared as many maps as I did, based upon the currencies that drop for me, you should get 3x the divines that I got.
I don't want to hear math. I'm just angry that I didn't get the items you got. Come on, let me baby rage in peace. Unlucky. You'll get them next time, champ. Surely a mirror is coming next time. Next league we're all going to be angry because you can't do juiced magic, and everyone's going to feel poor.
Yeah, it was find a mirror this league or never, so that's it. I'd be lying if I'm not tempted to log back in. I mean, I still have my character. My character's never been stronger. I mean, I can go in there. I can't tell you, man, how many 10,000 blue juiced maps I did, and I never got a mirror. I have like 15 Hinakora's locks. 15? 0 mirrors.
That would actually be a pretty cool thing to be able to say. You got like all of the rare items in the same league and the same character. You should log in and do that, to be honest. That would be cool.
I got another. I got 3 of an insanely, super insanely rare currency. People said it's almost like it's as rare as a mirror, or I can't remember what it's called though. It's like it might be a tainted item. What's the currency that's almost as rare as a mirror? No, not a sacred orb. Way rarer than that. A tainted divine teardrop. You ever even heard of that, DM?
Never even heard of that shit.
I found 3 of them. 3 tainted divine teardrops. When it dropped, my chat literally shit themselves. They're not worth that much. They're worth like 5 divine or something, but they're like as rare as a mirror. I found 3 of them.
You know what's as rare as a mirror for me? An item I can actually use on any of my characters.
Dude,
How many? Go on.
Dude, right as I died in the gauntlet, like when I got to maps, I had. Have you ever crafted with what's his name, Rog?
Rog is Pog, bro. Okay, so I'm memeing about my gear. The best piece of gear I ever got was from Rog. Like he's unbelievably Pog indeed.
Yeah, so I went over to him and I needed a pair of boots. So I was like, all right. Yeah, I can't remember exactly what I did. There's got to be a clip of it. But he had some boots there. I'm like, all right, let's see what we can do with these. And I'm like, all right, let's roll for this. And he puts 30% movement speed on my boots. I'm like, okay, that's like the best roll in the game. Okay, let's try to add a resistance. Plus 45 fire res. I'm like, okay, that now these are looking pretty nice. Let's try to YOLO another res. Plus 45 cold res. I'm like, these boots are goated. I'm like, let's see if we can get some health on there. Plus 79 health. I'm like, okay, literally, these boots are like already the best item that I have. And then I was like, can we get another resistance on there? Boom, plus 45 lightning res. I'm like, these boots are triple res, 79 health, 30% movement speed. And then I didn't have like any of the like Eldritch and Eater currency. I barely had any. I threw like one of each on there and I got like the best rolls of each possible on both of my slots. I'm like, okay, I literally just made like the greatest boots in the gauntlet and then I died an hour later and now they're gone.
Might have to drop, might have to.
Unlucky, bro. You know what happened? You know what is the hardest crafting for me is that stupid syndicate one, where you have like 3.5 milliseconds to craft an entire item with random currency you don't get to see before you start. Have you tried that shit yet?
I haven't actually. Can I log out here? Did I just save my character? I just logged out at 0 health, but poison was killing me. Am I still alive? Let me see. I think I'm still alive. Yeah, I am. I just logged out on hardcore at 0 health and I'm still alive.
So is log out meta going to be the meta for this game too then?
God, I hope so, because I'm pretty good at it. I practiced in PoE.
As long as you have Awaken PoE trade open. Or else unlucky, right?
Bro, what a death, man. I was spamming my logout macro. I'm like, why can't I log out? Dead. I'm like, oh, yeah, I have to open the thing that lets me have a logout macro. Oh, nice. All right, guys.
So
well,
y'all...
anything else?
No, I mean, we've been going like, 3 hours or something. It's probably about that time. I don't know how long y'all were going, but...
Did you have... 3 hours and 21 minutes. Did you have a question, DM?
No, not really. I mean, I can keep the conversation going as long as you guys want to, but if you're trying to rap, we can rap.
I should rap. I don't want to, but I got a lot of stuff to do, but I've been having so much fun that I've just decided not to do this stuff I'm supposed to be doing for a while.
Are you doing Maxroll stuff? Are you blasting? Are you doing work stuff? Or
mostly Maxroll and then video stuff. Yeah, I got a lot still to take care of before.
He's frying.
Oh yeah, well, big time. I just did. I updated 37 resource guides over the last 3 days.
Jesus,
this guy's a god. Dude, I've been using the Maxroll guides for last Epoch. I know we're doing like a refresh on the 19th, right? But they have literally taught me the entire game. It's been real nice.
Glad to hear it, because we put a lot of time in.
Yeah, I mean,
paying off.
You've seen what it's like to like build a branch from the ground up. Do you see how difficult it is, even with years to do it? It's crazy.
Yep. There was several months where I was like barely streaming ever because I was just so into getting everything done.
It's way harder to write guides than people think it is. It's like 10 times harder.
And we only had 3 people on the launch of the branch. It was just me, Tarek, and Lizard at that time. We're up to 7 now, but the whole branch was built by 3 of us.
Yeah.
Well, are either of you guys going to continue the streaming? Because I'm probably going to wrap here and I can raid in.
I'm also probably going to wrap as well. Should we all raid somebody?
That's what I was just thinking. Let's all raid the same person and just blow them out.
All right, let's see what we got.
Let's just blow them. Jesus, DM.
Let's blow them.
Hot mic,
Trying to get some
man.
goodwill in here.
Okay, let's get look for
Woody's
Maxroll.
on.
Boardman's on. You want to get Boardman?
Boardman, where's? Oh, Moxie's on too. Wait, who's Boardman?
Boardman is
one of the LE.
Yeah, he's on the
Maxroll guys.
Maxroll team. We got Fub Gun, we got Moxie, we got Boardman. I rated Woody yesterday. Pretty sure.
Okay. I mean, I haven't rated
No,
Moxie in forever either. I'd say either the Boardman or Moxie.
McFluffin decides.
McFluffin, take your pick, or flip a coin.
I
Or
love
something.
both of them. I work with Moxie on the D4 branch. So I think since Boardman is on the LE team and it's just fitting, we should probably go with Boardman today.
Okay.
All right,
let's do it.
Boardman it is.
Great chat, guys. Thank you for your time. Everyone on my end, go follow McFluffin and DM.
What's my name again?
DM.
All right.
Moose
All right,
Man.
all right, boys. Yeah, thanks for the podcast. It's cool. I'm going to send on over the raid to Boardman. Thanks for watching, everybody, and I'll see y'all tomorrow.
All right. Good night, guys.
Thank you so much, guys. It was so much fun.
GG's.
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 Yo, Crouching Tuna and Captain Lance raided me. What a time to be alive, man. Holy shit. People have been subbing to me for 3 hours. I'm a terrible person, Jesus. A lot of people are giving me shout outs. People raided me. Holy cow, guys. Captain Lance and Crouching Tuna. Thank you so much for the raids, guys. Sorry that I wasn't looking at the notifications. I was just chatting with DM and McFluffin there. Okay, well, I wasn't really paying attention. How far are we? I was kind of dicking around, so I probably didn't do very well, huh? Oh well. Hey, we almost died twice. We're still alive somehow. That's good. Level 38. Alright, well that's not... My 7% physical damage is probably why I'm getting smoked here. You should play Last Epoch, Frankie, absolutely. Alright guys, I'm going to do something very exciting today. I'm going to go make the Last Epoch Beginner's Guide. That's what I'm going to be working on tonight, so should be out tomorrow morning. And yeah, I've already been working on it kind of. I've obviously been playing the game, trying to learn about the game, so should be good. It should be good. Should teach you everything. I'm gonna try real hard, so I'll do the best that I can. I'll tell you what to click on the login screen, all of that stuff. Yeah, it'll be a video guide on YouTube. Let's raid Boardman. I don't think I know Boardman, but he's on the Maxroll team. Boardman 21. I will explain everything. Got a big table of contents. Try to get through it nice and efficiently. Thanks for all the subs today, guys. Sorry that I didn't specifically call them out. Sorry, I was just talking on the podcast the whole time. It was a lovely podcast with McFluffin and DM. We'll be on again tomorrow blasting and gonna do more speed running tomorrow again. Okay, let's see. How do you spell this here? Boardman. Where is he? Boardman 21. Okay. Gotta send okay, guys. Thank you. Thank you for everything. Be on tomorrow. Say hi to Boardman. He's getting a triple raid. Holy cow, this should be epic. See you tomorrow, guys. And looking forward to Last Epoch's launch. It's going to be pretty sick. We can raid Boardman in 7 seconds. Beautiful. Chipotle time. Oh my God, that's such a good idea. Chipotle. Good night, guys. Thank you so much for being here.